Section 57 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Best Orations, Volume 4. In the case of Justice Johnson, Civil Liberty, and Arbitrary Arrests. Part 4 of 5. By John Philpot Curran. Let us now, my lords, examine the next position contended for by those learned prosecutors. Having labored to prove that the act applies not merely to capital crimes, but to all offenses whatsoever, having labored to show that an act for preventing impunity by escape extends to cases not only where there was no escape, but where escape in fact was physically impossible, they proceed to put forward boldly a doctrine which no lawyer, I do not hesitate to say it, in Westminster Hall would have the folly or the temerity to advance. That is, that the defendant may, by construction of law, be guilty of the offense in Westminster, though he should never have passed within its limits till he was sent thither to be tried. With what a fatal and inexorable uniformity do the tempers and characters of men domineer over their actions and conduct! How clearly must an Englishman, if by chance there be any now listening to us, discern the motives and principles that dictated the odious persecutions of 1794 reassuming their operations, forgetting that public spirit by which they were frustrated, unappalled by fear, undeterred by shame, and returning again to the charge, the same wild and impious nonsense of constructive criminality, the same execrable application of the ill-understood rules of a vulgar, clerk-like, and illiterate equity, to the sound and plain and guarded maxims of the criminal law of England, the purest, the noblest, the chastest system of distributive justice that was ever venerated by the wise or perverted by the foolish, or that the children of men in any age or climate of the world have ever yet beheld, the same instruments, the same movements, the same artists, the same doctrines, the same doctors, the same servile and infuriate contempt of humanity and persecution of freedom, the same shadows of the varying hour that extend or contract their length, as the beam of a rising or sinking sun plays upon the gnomon of self-interest. How demonstratively does the same appetite for mice authenticate the identity of the transformed princess that had once been a cat. But it seems as if the whole order and arrangement of the moral and the physical world had been contrived for the instruction of man, and to warn him that he is not immortal. In every age, in every country, do we see the natural rise, advancement, and decline of virtue and of science. So it has been in Greece, in Rome. So it must be, I fear, the fate of England. In science, the point of its maturity and manhood is the commencement of its old age. The race of writers and thinkers and reasoners passes away, and gives place to a succession of men that can neither write, nor think, nor reason. The Hales, the Holts, and the Somers shed a transient light upon mankind, but are soon extinct and disappear, and give place to a superficial and overweening generation of laborious and strenuous idlers, of silly scholiasts, of wrangling mooters, of prosing garrulists, who explore their darkling ascent upon the steps of science by the balustrade of cases and manuscripts, who calculate their depth by their darkness, and fancy they are profound because they feel they are perplexed. When the race of the Palladios is extinct, you may expect to see a clumsy hodman collected beneath the shade of his shoulders. Anire veste begeste ejojos anthropon kapalin kai ebreas homos. affecting to fling a builder's glance upon the temple, on the proportion of its pillars, and to pass a critic's judgment on the doctrine that should be preached within them. Let it not, my lords, be considered amiss that I take this up rather as an English than an Irish question. It is not merely because we have no habeas corpus law in existence, the antiquarian may read of it, though we do not enjoy it. It is not merely because my mind refuses to itself the delusion of imaginary freedom, and shrinks from the meanness of affecting an indignant haughtiness of spirit that belongs not to our condition, that I am disposed to argue it as an English question, but it is because I am aware that we have now a community of interest and of destiny that we never had before, because I am aware that, blended as we now are, the liberty of man must fall where it is highest, or rise where it is lowest, till it find its common level in the common empire. And because also I wish that Englishmen may see that we are conscious that nothing but mutual benevolence and sympathy can support the common interest that should bind us against the external or the intestine foe, and that we are willing, whenever the common interest is attacked, to make an honest and animated resistance, as in a common cause, and with as cordial and tender anxiety for their safety as for our own. Let me now briefly, because no subject can be shorter or plainer, consider the principle of local jurisdictions and constructive crimes. A man is bound to obedience and punishable for disobedience of laws. Firstly, because, by living within their jurisdiction, he avails himself of their protection, and this is no more than the reciprocality of protection and allegiance on a narrower scale. And secondly, because, by so living within their jurisdiction, he has the means of knowing them, and cannot be excused because of his ignorance of them. I should be glad to know, upon the authority of what manuscript of what pocket case, the soundness of these principles can be disputed. I should be glad to know upon what known principle of English law a Chinese or a Laplander can be kidnapped into England and arraigned for a crime which he committed under the pole to the injury of a country which he had never seen, in violation of a law which he had never known, and to which he could not owe obedience, and perhaps for an act the non-performance of which he might have forfeited his liberty or his life to the laws of that country which he was bound to know and was bound to obey. Very differently did our ancestors think of that subject. They thought it essential to justice that the jurisdiction of criminal law should be local and defined, that no man should be triable but there, where he was accused of having actually committed the offense, where the character of the prosecutor, where his own character was known, as well as the characters of the witnesses produced against him, and where he had the authority of legal process to enforce the attendance of witnesses for his defense. They were too simple to know anything of the equity of criminal law. Poor Bracton or Fleta would have stared if you had asked them, quote, "What, gentlemen, do you mean to say that such a crime as this shall escape from punishment?" End quote. Their answer would have been, no doubt, very simple and very foolish. They would have said, quote, "We know there are many actions that we think bad actions, which yet are not punishable, because not triable by law, and that are not triable because of the local limits of criminal jurisdictions." End quote. And, my lords, to show with what a religious scrupulosity the locality of jurisdictions was observed, you have an instance in the most odious of all offenses, treason only excepted, I mean the crime of wilful murder. By the common law, if a man in one county procured a murder to be committed which was afterwards actually committed in another, the procurer could not be tried in either jurisdiction, because the crime was not completed in either. This defect was remedied by the act of Edward VI, which made the author of the crime amenable to justice. But in what jurisdiction did it make him amenable? Was it there where the murder was actually perpetrated? By no means, but there only where he had been guilty of the procurement, and where alone his accessorial offence was completed. And here you have the authority of Parliament for this abstract position, that where a man living in one jurisdiction does an act in consequence of which a crime is committed within another jurisdiction, he is by law triable only where his own personal act of procurement was committed, and not there where the procured or projected crime actually took effect. In answer to these known authorities of common law, has any statute, has a single decision, or even dictum of a court, been adduced? Or, in an age when the pastry cooks and snuff shops have been defrauded of their natural right to these compositions that may be useful without being read, has even a single manuscript been offered to show the researches of these learned prosecutors, or to support their cause? No, my lords, there has not. I said, my lords, that this was a fruit from the same tree that produced the stupid and wicked prosecutions of 1794. Let me not be supposed to say it is a mere repetition of that attempt, without any additional aggravation. In 1794, the design, and odious enough it was confined to the doctrine of constructive guilt, but it did not venture upon the atrocious outrage of a substituted jurisdiction. The Englishman was tried on English ground, where he was known, where he could procure his witnesses, where he had lived, and where he was accused of a crime, whether actual or constructive. But the locality of the trial defeated the infernal malice of those prosecutions. The speeches of half the natural day, where every juryman had his hour, were the knell of sleep, but they were not the knell of death. The project was exposed, and the destined victims were saved. A piece so damned could not safely be produced again on the same stage. It was thought wise, therefore, to let some little time pass, and then to let its author produce it on some distant provincial theatre for his own benefit, and at his own expense and hazard. To drag an English judge from his bench, or an English member of Parliament from the Senate, and in the open day, in the city of London, to strap him to the roof of a mail coach, or pack him up in a wagon, or hand him over to an Irish bailiff, with a rope tied about his leg, to be goaded forward like an ox, on his way to Ireland, to be there tried for a constructive misdemeanor, would be an experiment, perhaps, not very safe to be attempted. These Merlins, therefore, thought it prudent to change the scene of their sorcery. Modo Rome, modo ponet Athenis. The people of England might, perhaps, enter into the feelings of such an exhibition with an officiousness of sympathy, not altogether for the benefit of the contrivers. Nec natos coram populo medea trucidet. And it was thought wise to try the second production before spectators whose necks were pliant and whose hearts were broken, where every man who dared to refuse his worship to the golden calf would have the furnace before his eyes, and think that it was at once useless and dangerous to speak, and discreet, at least, if it were not honest, to be silent. I cannot deny that it was prudent to try an experiment that, if successful, must reduce an Englishman to a state of slavery more abject and forlorn than that of the helots of Sparta, or the negroes of your plantations. For see, my lords, the extent of the construction now broadly and directly contended for at your bar. The king's peace in Ireland, it seems, is distinct from his peace in England, and both are distinct from his peace in Scotland. And of course the same act may be a crime against each distinct peace, and severally and successively punishable in each country. So much more inveterate is the criminality of a constructive than of an actual offense. So that the same man for the same act against laws that he never heard of may be punished in Ireland, be then sent to England by virtue of the warrant of Mr. Justice Bell, endorsed by my Lord Ellenborough, and, after having his health, his hopes, and his property destroyed for his constructive offences against His Majesty's peace in Ireland, and His Majesty's peace in England, he may find that His Majesty's peace in the Orkneys has, after all, a vested remainder in his carcass. And if it be the case of a liable for the full time and term of 14 years from the day of his conviction before the Scottish jurisdiction to be fully completed and determined. Is there, my lords, can there be a man who hears me that does not feel that such a construction of such a law would put every individual in society under the despotical dominion, would reduce him to be the despicable chattel of those most likely to abuse their power, the profligate of the higher and the abandoned of the lower orders, to the remorseless malice of a vindictive minister, to the servile instrumentality of a trading justice? Can any man who hears me conceive any possible case of abduction, of rape, or of murder that may not be perpetrated under the construction now shamelessly put forward? Let us suppose a case. By this construction, a person in England, by procuring a misdemeanor to be committed in Ireland, is constructively guilty in Ireland, and, of course, triable in Ireland. Let us suppose that Mr. Justice Bell receives, or says he receives, information that the lady of an English nobleman wrote a letter to an Irish chambermaid, counselling her to steal a row of pins from an Irish pedlar, and that the said row of pins was, in consequence of such advice and counsel, actually stolen, against the Irish peace of our Lord the King. Suppose my Lord Ellenborough, knowing the signature and reverencing the virtue of his tried and valued colleague, endorses this warrant. Is it not clear as the sun that this English lady may, in the dead of night, be taken out of her bed and surrendered to the mercy of 2 or 3 Irish bailiffs, if the captain that employed them should happen to be engaged in any contemporary adventure nearer to his heart, without the possibility of any legal authority interposing to save her, to be matronized in a journey by land and a voyage by sea by such modest and respectable guardians, to be dealt with during the journey as her companions might think proper, and to be dealt with after by the worshipful correspondent of the noble and learned Lord, Mr. Justice Bell, according to law? I can, without much difficulty, my lords, imagine that after a year or 2 had been spent in accounts current, in drawing and redrawing for human flesh, between our worthy Bells and Medlicots on this side of the water, and their noble or ignoble correspondents on the other, that they might meet to settle their accounts and adjust their balances. I can conceive that the items might not be wholly destitute of curiosity. Brother B, I take credit for the body of an English patriot. Brother E, I set off against it that of an Irish judge. Brother B, I charge you an account with 3 English bishops. Brother E, I set off Mrs. Malean and her 2 chickens, petticoat against petticoat. Brother B, I have sent you the body of the most intractable disturber, a fellow that has had the impudence to give a threshing to Bonaparte himself. I have sent you Sir Sidney, dearest brother E. But I see my learned opponents smile. I see their meaning. I may be told I am putting imaginary and ludicrous, but not probable and therefore not supposable cases. But I answer that reasoning would be worthy only of a slave and disgraceful to a freeman. I answer that the condition and essence of rational freedom is, not that the subject probably will not be abused, but that no man in the state shall be clothed with any discretionary power under the color and pretext of which he can dare to abuse him. As to probability, I answer that, in the mind of man there is no more instigating temptation to the most remorseless oppression than the rancor and malice of irritated pride and wounded vanity. To the argument of improbability, I answer, the very fact, the very question in debate, nor to such answer can I see the possibility of any reply, save that the prosecutors are so heartily sick of the point of view into which they have put themselves by their prosecution, that they are not likely again to make a similar experiment. But when I see any man fearless of power, because it possibly or probably may not be exercised upon him, I am astonished at his fortitude. I am astonished at the tranquil courage of any man who can quietly see that a loaded cannon is brought to bear upon him, and that a fool is sitting at its touch-hole with a lighted match in his hand. And yet, my lords, upon a little reflection, what is it, after what we have seen, that should surprise us, however it may shock us? What have the last 10 years of the world been employed in, but in destroying the landmarks of rights and duties and obligations, in substituting sounds in the place of sense, in substituting a vile and canting Methodism in the place of social duty and practical honor, in suffering virtue to evaporate into phrase and morality into hypocrisy and affectation. We talk of the violations of Hamburg or of Baden. We talk of the despotical and remorseless barbarian who tramples on the common privileges of the human being, who, in defiance of the most known and sacred rights, issues the brutal mandate of usurped authority, who brings his victim by force within the limits of a jurisdiction to which he never owed obedience, and there butchers him for a constructive offense. Does it not seem as if it were a contest whether we should be more scurrilous in invective or more atrocious in imitation? Into what a condition must we be sinking when we have the front to select as subjects of our obloquy those very crimes which we have flung behind us in the race of profligate rivality? My lords, the learned counsel for the prosecutors have asserted that this act of the 44th of the king extends to all offenses, no matter how long or previously to it they may have been committed. The words are, quote, that from and after the 1st day of August 1804, if any person, etc., shall escape, etc., end quote. Now, certainly nothing could be more convenient for the purpose of the prosecutors than to dismiss, as they have done, the words, quote, escape and go into, end quote, altogether. If those words could have been saved from the ostracism of the prosecutors, they must have designated some act of the offenders, upon the happening or doing of which the operation of the statute might commence. But the temporary bar of these words they waive by the equity of their own construction, and thereby make it a retrospective law, and having so construed it a manifestly ex post facto law, they tell you it is no such thing, because it creates no new offense, and only makes the offender amenable, who was not so before. The law professes to take effect only from and after the 1st of August, 1804. Now, for 18 months before that day, it is clear that Mr. Johnson could not be removed, by any power existing, from his country and his dwellings. But at the moment the act took effect, it is made to operate upon an alleged offense committed, if at all, confessedly 18 months before. But another word as to the assertion that it is not ex post facto, because it creates no new crime, but only makes the party amenable. The force of that argument is precisely this. If this act inflicted deportation on the defendant by way of punishment after his guilt had been established by conviction, that would, no doubt, be tyrannical, because ex post facto, but here he suffers the deportation while the law is bound to suppose him perfectly innocent, and that only by way of process to make him amenable, not by way of punishment, and surely he cannot be so unreasonable as not to feel the force of the distinction. How naturally, too, we find similar outrages resort to similar justifications. Such exactly was the defense of the forcible entry into Baden. Had that been a brutal violence committed in perpetration of the murder of the unfortunate victim, perhaps very scrupulous moralists might find something in it to disapprove. But his imperial majesty was too delicately tender of the rights of individuals, and of nations, to do any act so flagrant as that would be, if done in that point of view, but his Imperial Majesty only introduced a clause of ne omittus into his warrant, whereby the worshipful bells and medlicots that executed it were authorized to disregard any supposed fantastical privilege of nations that gave sanctuary to traitors, and he did that from the purest motives, from as disinterested a love of justice as that of present prosecutors, and not at all in the way of an ex post facto law, but merely as process to bring him in and make him amenable to the competent and unquestionable jurisdiction of the Bois de Boulogne. Such are the wretched sophistries to which men are obliged to have recourse, when their passions have led them to do what no thinking man can regard without horror, what they themselves cannot look at without shame, and for which no legitimate reasoning can suggest either justification or excuse. Such are the principles of criminal justice on which the first experiment is made in Ireland. But I venture to pledge myself to my fellow subjects of Great Britain that if the experiment succeed, they shall soon have the full benefit of that success. I venture to promise them they shall soon have their full measure of this salutary system for making men, quote, amenable, end quote, heaped and running over into their bosoms. End of section 57, part 4 of 5. Section 58 of The World's Best Orations, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Best Orations, Volume 4. In the case of Justice Johnson, Civil Liberty, and Arbitrary Arrests. Part 5 of 5. By John Philpot Curran. There now remains, my lords, one and only one topic of this odious subject to call for observation. The offense here appears by the return and the affidavits to be a libel upon the Irish government, published by construction in Westminster, of the constructive commission of a crime in one place by an agent who, perhaps, at the moment of the act, is in another hemisphere. You have already enough. Here, therefore, we will consider it simply as an alleged libel upon the Irish government, and whether, as such, it is a charge coming within the meaning of the statute, and for which a common justice of peace in one kingdom is empowered to grant a warrant for conveying the person accused for trial into the other. Your lordships will observe that in the whole catalogue of crimes for which a justice of peace may grant a warrant, there is not one that imposes upon him the necessity of deciding upon any matter of law, involving the smallest doubt or difficulty whatsoever. In treason, the overt act; in felony, whether capital or not, the act; in misdemeanors, the simple act, the dullest justice can understand what is a breach of the peace, and can describe it in his warrant. It is no more than the description of a fact, which the informer has seen and sworn to. But no libel comes within such a class, for it is decided over and over that a libel is no breach of the peace, and upon that ground it was that Mr. Wilkes, in 1763, was allowed the privilege of Parliament, which privilege does not extend to any breach of the peace. See, then, my lords, what a task is imposed upon a justice of the peace, if he be to grant such a warrant upon such a charge. He no doubt may easily comprehend the allegation of the informer as to the fact of writing the supposed libel. In deciding whether the facts sworn amounted to a publication or not, I should have great apprehension of his fallibility. But if he got over those difficulties, I should much fear for his competency to decide what given facts would amount to a constructive publication. But even if he did solve that question, a point on which, if I were a justice, I should acknowledge myself most profoundly ignorant, he would then have to proceed to a labor in which I believe no man could expect him to succeed. That is, how far the paper sworn to was, in point of legal construction, libelous or not. I trust this court will never be prevailed upon to sanction by its decision a construction that would give to such a set of men a power so incompatible with every privilege of liberty or of law. To say it would give an irresistible power of destroying the liberty of the press in Ireland would, I am aware, be but a silly argument where such a thing has long ceased to exist. But I have, for that very reason, a double interest now, as a subject of the empire, in that noble guardian of liberty in the sister nation. When my own lamp is broken, I have a double interest in the preservation of my neighbors. But if every man in England who dares to observe, no matter how honestly and justly, upon the conduct of Irish ministers, is liable to be torn from his family and dragged hither by an Irish bailiff for a constructive libel against the Irish government, and upon the authority of an Irish warrant, no man can be such a fool as not to see the consequence. The inevitable consequence is this, that at this awful crisis, when the weal, not of this empire only, but of the whole civilized world, depends on the steady faith and the consolidated effort of these two countries, when Ireland is become the right arm of England, when everything that draws the common interest and affection closer gives the hope of life, when everything that has even a tendency to relax that sentiment is a symptom of death, even at such a crisis may the rashness or folly of those entrusted with its management so act as to destroy its internal prosperity and repose, and lead it into the twofold fatal error of mistaking its natural enemies for its friends, and its natural friends for its natural enemies, without any man being found so romantically daring as to give notice of the approaching destruction. My lords, I suppose the learned counsel will do here what they have done in the other court. They will assert that this libel is not triable here, and they will argue that so false and heinous a production surely ought to be triable somewhere. As to the first position, I say the law is directly against them. From a very early stage of the discussion, the gentlemen for the prosecution thought it wise for their clients to take a range into the facts much more at large than they appeared on the return to the writ, or even by the affidavits that have been made, and they have done this to take the opportunity of aggravating the guilt of the defendant, and at the same time of panegyrizing their clients. They have therefore not argued upon the libel generally as a libel, but they thought it prudent to appear perfectly acquainted with the charges which it contains. They have therefore assumed that it relates to the transactions of the 23rd of July, 1803, and that the guilt of the defendant was that he wrote that letter in Ireland, which was afterwards published in England, not by himself, but by some other persons. Now, on these facts, nothing can be clearer than that he is triable here. If it be a libel, and if he wrote it here, and it was published in England, most manifestly there must have been a precedent publication, not merely by construction of law in Ireland, but a publication by actual fact. And for this plain reason, if you for a moment suppose the libel in his possession, and if he did in fact write it, I can scarcely conceive that it was not, unless he wrote it perhaps by construction, there were no physical means of transmitting it to England that would not amount to a publication here, because if he put it into the post office, or gave it to a messenger to carry thither, that would be complete evidence of publication against him. So would the mere possession of the paper in the hands of the witness who appeared and produced it be perfect evidence, if not accounted for or contradicted, to charge him with the publication. So that really I am surprised how gentlemen could be betrayed into positions so utterly without foundation. They would have done just as usefully for their clients if they had admitted what every man knows to be fact, that is, that they durst not bring the charge before an Irish jury. The facts of that period were too well understood. The Irish public might have looked at such a prosecution with the most incredulous detestation, and if they had been so indiscreet as to run the risk of coming before an Irish jury, instead of refuting the charges against them as a calumny, they would have exposed themselves to the peril of establishing the accusation, and of raising the character of the man whom they had the heart to destroy, because he had dared to censure them. Let not the learned gentleman, I pray, suppose me so ungracious as to say that this publication, which has given so much pain to their clients, is actually true. I cannot personally know it to be so, nor do I say so, nor is this the place or the occasion to say that it is so. I mean only to speak positively to the question before you, which is matter of law. But as the gentlemen themselves thought it meet to pronounce a eulogy on their clients, I thought it rather unseemly not to show that I attended to them. I have most respectfully done so. I do not contradict any praise of their virtues or their wisdom, and I only wish to add my very humble commendation of their prudence and discretion in not bringing the trial of the present libel before a jury of this country. The learned counsel have not been contented with abusing this libel as a production perfectly known to them, but they have wandered into the regions of fancy. No doubt the other judges to whom the pathetic flights of forensic sensibility were addressed must have been strongly affected by them. The learned gentlemen have supposed a variety of possible cases. They have supposed cases of the foulest calumniators aspersing the most virtuous ministers. Whether such supposed cases have been suggested by fancy or by fact, it is not for me to decide, but I beg leave to say that it is as allowable to us as to them to put cases of supposition, cur ego si finger pauca possum invidiar. Let me then, my lords, put an imaginary case of a different kind. Let me suppose that a great personage, entrusted with the safety of the citadel, meaning and wishing perhaps well, but misled by those lacquered vermin that swarm in every great hall, leaves it so loosely guarded that nothing but the gracious interposition of Providence has saved it from the enemy. Let me suppose another great personage, going out of his natural department, and under the supposed authority of high station, disseminating such doctrines as tend to root up the foundation of society, to destroy all confidence between man, and to impress the great body of the people with a delusive and desperate opinion, that their religion could dissolve or condemn the sacred obligations that bind them to their country, and that their rulers have no reliance upon their faith, and are resolved to shut the gates of mercy against them. Suppose a good and virtuous man saw that such doctrines must necessarily torture the nation into such madness and despair as to render them unfit for any system of mild or moderate government. That if, on one side, bigotry or folly shall inject their veins with fire, such a fever must be kindled as can be allayed only by keeping a stream of blood perpetually running from the other, and that the horrors of martial law must become the direful but inevitable consequence. In such a case, let me ask you what would be his indispensable duty? It would be to avert such dreadful dangers by exposing the conduct of such persons, by holding up the folly of such bigoted and blind enthusiasm to condign derision and contempt, and painfully would he feel that on such an occasion he must dismiss all forms and ceremonies, and that to do his duty with effect he must do it without mercy. He should also foresee that a person so acting, when he returned to those to whom he was responsible, would endeavor to justify himself by defaming the country which he had abused, for calumny is the natural defense of the oppressor. He should, therefore, so reduce his personal credit to its just standard, that his assertions might find no more belief than they deserved. Were such a person to be looked on as a mere private individual, charity and good nature might suggest not a little in his excuse. An inexperienced man, new to the world, and in the honeymoon of preferment, would run no small risk of having his head turned in Ireland. The people in our island are by nature penetrating, sagacious, artful, and comic. Natio commodea est. In no country under heaven would an ass be more likely to be hoodwinked by having his ears drawn over his eyes and acquire that fantastical alacrity that makes dullness disposable to the purpose of humorous malice or interested imposture. In Ireland, a new great man could get the freedom of a science as easily as of a corporation, and become a doctor by construction of the whole encyclopedia, and great allowance might be made under such circumstances for indiscretions and mistakes, as long as they related only to himself. But the moment they become public mischiefs, they lose all pretensions to excuse. The very ambition of incapacity is a crime not to be forgiven, and however painful it may be to inflict, it must be remembered that mercy to the delinquent would be treason to the public. I can the more easily understand the painfulness of the conflict between charity and duty, because at this moment I am laboring under it myself, and I feel it the more acutely because I am confident that the paroxysms of passion that have produced these public discussions have been bitterly repented of. I think also that I should not act fairly if I did not acquit my learned opponents of all share whatsoever in this prosecution. They have too much good sense to have advised it. On the contrary, I can easily suppose Mr. Attorney General sent for to give counsel and comfort to his patient, and after hearing no very concise detail of his griefs, his resentments, and his misgivings, methinks I hear the answer that he gives, after a pause of sympathy and reflection, quote, "No, sir, don't proceed in such a business. You will only expose yourself to scorn in one country, and to detestation in the other. You know you durst not try him here, where the whole kingdom would be his witness. If you should attempt to try him there, where he can have no witness, you will have both countries upon your back. An English jury would never find him guilty. You will only confirm the charge against yourself, and be the victim of an impotent, abortive malice. If you should have any ulterior project against him, you will defeat that also, for those that might otherwise concur in the design will be shocked and ashamed of the violence and folly of such a tyrannical proceeding, and will make a merit of protecting him, and of leaving you in the lurch. What you say of your own feelings I can easily conceive. You think you have been much exposed by those letters. But then remember, my dear sir, that a man can claim the privilege of being made ridiculous or hateful by no publications but his own. Vindictive critics have their rights as well as bad authors. The thing is bad enough at best, but if you go on, you will make it worse. It will be considered an attempt to degrade the Irish bench and the Irish bar. You are not aware what a nest of hornets you are disturbing. One inevitable consequence you don't foresee, you will certainly create the very thing in Ireland that you are so afraid of, a newspaper. Think of that, and keep yourself quiet, and in the meantime console yourself with reflecting that no man is laughed at for a long time. Every day will procure some new ridicule that must supersede him." End quote. Such, I am satisfied, was the counsel given, but I have no apprehension for my client, because it was not taken. Even if it should be his fate to be surrendered to his keepers, to be torn from his family, to have his obsequies performed by torchlight, to be carried to a foreign land and to a strange tribunal, where no witness can attest his innocence, where no voice that he ever heard can be raised in his defense, where he must stand mute not of his own malice, but the malice of his enemies, yes, even so, I see nothing for him to fear. That all-gracious being that shields the feeble from the oppressor will fill his heart with hope and confidence and courage. His sufferings will be his armor, and his weakness will be his strength. He will find himself in the hands of a brave, a just, and a generous nation. He will find that the bright examples of her Russells and her Sidneys have not been lost to her children. They will behold him with sympathy and respect, and his persecutors with shame and abhorrence. They will feel, too, that what is then his situation may tomorrow be their own, but their first tear will be shed for him, and the second only for themselves. Their hearts will melt in his acquittal. They will convey him kindly and fondly to their shore, and he will return in triumph to his country, to the threshold of his sacred home, and to the weeping welcome of his delighted family. He will find that the darkness of a dreary and a lingering night hath at length passed away, and that joy cometh in the morning. No, my lords, I have no fear for the ultimate safety of my client. Even in these very acts of brutal violence that have been committed against him, do I hail the flattering hope of final advantage to him, and of better days and more prosperous fortune for this afflicted country, that country of which I have so often abandoned all hope, and which I have been so often determined to quit forever. Saepi valle dicto multa sum diende locutus, et quasi descendens oscula summa dabam. Indulgens animo pes tardus erat. But I am reclaimed from that infidel despair. I am satisfied that while a man is suffered to live, it is an intimation from Providence that he has some duty to discharge, which it is mean and criminal to decline. Had I been guilty of that ignominious flight, and gone to pine in the obscurity of some distant retreat, even in that grave I should have been haunted by those passions by which my life had been agitated. Quae cura vivos, iadem sequitur tellur repostos. And if the transactions of this day had reached me, I feel how my heart would have been agonized by the shame of the desertion, nor would my sufferings have been mitigated by a sense of the feebleness of that aid, or the smallness of that service which I could render or withdraw. They would have been aggravated by the consciousness that, however feeble or worthless they were, I should not have dared to thieve them from my country. I have repented, I have stayed, and I am at once rebuked and rewarded by the happier hopes than I now entertain. In the anxious sympathy of the public, in the anxious sympathy of my learned brethren, do I catch the happy presage of a brighter fate for Ireland. They see that within these sacred walls the cause of liberty and of man may be pleaded with boldness and heard with favor. I am satisfied they will never forget the great trust of which they alone are now the remaining depositaries. While they continue to cultivate a sound and literate philosophy, a mild and tolerating Christianity, and to make both the sources of a just and liberal and constitutional jurisprudence, I see everything for us to hope. Into their hands, therefore, with the most affectionate confidence in their virtue, do I commit these precious hopes. Even I may live long enough yet to see the approaching completion, if not the perfect accomplishment of them. Pleased shall I then resign the scene to fitter actors. Pleased shall I lay down my wearied head to rest, and say, quote, Lord, now lettest thou thy servant depart in peace, according to thy word, for mine eyes have seen thy salvation. End quote. End of section 58, part 5 of 5. Section 59 of The World's Best Orations, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gloria Loughry. The World's Best Orations, Volume 4, for Peter Finnerty and Free Speech, by John Philpot Curran. From the speech at the trial of Finnerty for libel, December 22, 1797. I tell you, therefore, gentlemen of the jury, it is not with respect to Mr. Orr or Mr. Finnerty that your verdict is now sought. You are called upon, on your oaths, to say that the government is wise and merciful, the people prosperous and happy, that military law ought to be continued, that the Constitution could not with safety be restored to Ireland, and that the statements of a contrary import by your advocates in either country are libelous and false. I tell you these are the questions, and I ask you if you can have the front to give the expected answer in the face of a community who know the country as well as you do. Let me ask you how you would reconcile with such a verdict the jails, the tenders, the gibbets, the conflagrations, the murders, the proclamations that we hear of every day in the streets and see every day in the country. What are the prosecutions of the learned counsel himself, circuit after circuit? Merciful God! What is the state of Ireland, and where shall you find the wretched inhabitant of this land? You may find him, perhaps, in a jail, the only place of security, I had almost said of ordinary habitation. If you do not find him there, you may see him flying with his family from the flames of his own dwelling, lighted to his dungeon by the conflagration of his hovel, or you may find his bones bleaching on the green fields of his country, or you may find him tossing on the surface of the ocean, and mingling his groans with those tempests less savage than his persecutors, that drift him to a returnless distance from his family and his home, without charge or trial or sentence. Is this a foul misrepresentation? Or can you, with these facts ringing in your ears and staring in your face, say upon your oaths they do not exist? You are called upon, in defiance of shame, of truth, of honor, to deny the sufferings under which you groan, and to flatter the persecution that tramples you under foot. Gentlemen, I am not accustomed to speak of circumstances of this kind, and though familiarized as I have been to them, when I come to speak of them my power fails me. My voice dies within me. I am not able to call upon you. It is now I ought to have strength. It is now I ought to have energy and voice. But I have none. I am like the unfortunate state of the country, perhaps like you. This is the time in which I ought to speak, if I can, or be dumb forever, in which, if you do not speak as you ought to be dumb forever. But the learned gentleman is further pleased to say that the traverser has charged the government with the encouragement of informers. This, gentlemen, is another small fact that you are to deny at the hazard of your souls, and upon the solemnity of your oaths. You are upon your oaths to say to the sister country that the government of Ireland uses no such abominable instruments of destruction as informers. Let me ask you honestly, what do you feel when, in my hearing, when, in the face of this audience, you are called upon to give a verdict that every man of us and every man of you know, by the testimony of your own eyes, to be utterly and absolutely false? I speak not now of the public proclamation for informers, with a promise of secrecy and of extravagant reward. I speak not of the faith of those horrid wretches who have been so often transferred from the table to the dock, and from the dock to the pillory. I speak of what your own eyes have seen, day after day, during the course of this commission, from the box where you are now sitting, the number of horrid miscreants who acknowledged upon their oaths that they had come from the seat of government, from the very chamber of the castle, where they had been worked upon by the fear of death and the hope of compensation, to give evidence against their fellows, that the mild, the wholesome, and merciful counsels of this government are holden over these catacombs of living death, where the wretch that is buried, a man, lies till his heart has time to fester and dissolve, and is then dug up a witness. Is this a picture created by a hag-ridden fancy, or is it a fact? Have you not seen him, after his resurrection from that region of death and corruption, make his appearance upon the table, the living image of life in death, and the supreme arbiter of both? Have you not marked when he entered, how the stormy wave of the multitude retired at his approach? Have you not seen how the human heart bowed to the supremacy of his power, in the undissembled homage of deferential horror? How his glance, like the lightning of heaven, seemed to rive the body of the accused and mark it for the grave, while his voice warned the devoted wretch of woe and death, a death which no innocence can escape, no art elude, no force resist, no antidote prevent? There was an antidote, a juror's oath, but even that adamantine chain that bound the integrity of man to the throne of eternal justice is solved and molten in the breath that issues from the informer's mouth. Conscience swings from her moorings, and the appalled and affrighted juror consults his own safety in the surrender of the victim. Etque sibi quisque timebat, unius in misere exitium conversatulere. Informers are worshipped in the temple of justice, even as the devil has been worshipped by pagans and savages. Even so, in this wicked country, is the informer an object of judicial idolatry. Even so is he soothed by the music of human groans. Even so is he placated and incensed by the fumes and by the blood of human sacrifices. End of section 59. Section 60 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gloria Loughry. The World's Best Orations, Volume 4. The Diversions of a Marquis, by John Philpot Curran. From the speech in behalf of the Reverend Charles Massey against the Marquis of Hertford, who eloped with Mrs. Massey at the Ennis County Assizes, July 27, 1804. In the middle of the day, at the moment of divine worship, when the miserable husband was on his knees, directing the prayers and thanksgiving of his congregation to their God, that moment did the remorseless adulterer choose to carry off the deluded victim from her husband, from her child, from her character, from her happiness, as if, not content to leave his crime confined to its miserable aggravations, unless he gave it a cast and color of factitious sacrilege and impiety. Oh, how happy had it been when he arrived at the bank of the river with the ill-fated fugitive, ere yet he had committed her to that boat, of which, like the fabled bark of Styx, the exile was eternal. How happy at that moment, so teeming with misery and shame, if you, my lord, had met him, and could have accosted him in the character of that good genius which had abandoned him. How impressively might you have pleaded the cause of the father, of the child, of the mother, and even of the worthless defendant himself. You would have said, quote, "Is this the requital that you are about to make for respect and kindness and confidence in your honor? Can you deliberately expose this young man in the bloom of life, with all his hopes before him? Can you expose him, a wretched outcast from society, to the scorn of a merciless world? Can you set him adrift upon the tempestuous ocean of his own passions, at this early season when they are most headstrong? And can you cut him out from the moorings of those domestic obligations, by whose cable he might ride at safety from their turbulence? Think of, if you can conceive it, what a powerful influence arises from the sense of home, from the sacred religion of the hearth, in quelling the passions, in reclaiming the wanderings, in correcting the discords of the human heart. Do not cruelly take from him the protection of these attachments. But if you have no pity for the father, have mercy at least upon his innocent and helpless child. Do not condemn him to an education scandalous or neglected. Do not strike him into that most dreadful of all human conditions, the orphanage that springs not from the grave, that falls not from the hand of Providence or the stroke of death, but comes before its time, anticipated and inflicted by the remorseless cruelty of parental guilt." End quote. For the poor victim herself, not yet immolated, while yet balancing upon the pivot of her destiny, your heart could not be cold, nor your tongue be wordless. You would have said to him, quote, "Pause, my lord, while there is yet a moment for reflection. What are your motives? What are your views? What your prospects from what you are about to do? You are a married man, the husband of the most amiable and respectable of women. You cannot look to the chance of marrying this wretched fugitive. Between you and such event there are 2 sepulchres to pass. What are your inducements? Is it love, think you? No, do not give that name to any attraction you can find in the faded refuse of a violated bed. Love is a noble and generous passion. It can be founded only on a pure and ardent friendship, on an exalted respect, on an implicit confidence in its object. Search your heart, examine your judgment. Do you find the semblance of any one of these sentiments to bind you to her? What could degrade a mind to which nature or education had given port, or stature, or character, into a friendship for her? Could you repose upon her faith? Look in her face, my lord. She is at this moment giving you the violation of the most sacred of human obligations at the pledge of her fidelity. She is giving you the most irrefragable proof that as she is deserting her husband for you, so she would, without a scruple, abandon you for another. Do you anticipate any pleasure you might feel in the possible event of your becoming the parents of a common child? She is at this moment proving to you that she is as dead to the sense of parental as of conjugal obligation, and that she would abandon your offspring tomorrow, with the same facility with which she now deserts her own. Look then at her conduct, as it is, as the world must behold it, blackened by every aggravation that can make it either odious or contemptible, and unrelieved by a single circumstance of mitigation that could palliate its guilt or retrieve it from abhorrence." End quote. Quote, "Here is not the case of an unmarried woman, with whom a pure and generous friendship may insensibly have ripened into a more serious attachment, until at last her heart became too deeply pledged to be reassumed. If so circumstanced, without any husband to betray, or child to desert, or motive to restrain, except what related solely to herself, her anxiety for your happiness made her overlook every other consideration and commit her history to your honor. In such a case, the strongest and the highest that man's imagination can suppose, in which you at least could see nothing but the most noble and disinterested sacrifice, in which you could find nothing but what claimed from you the most kind and exalted sentiment of tenderness and devotion and respect, and in which the most fastidious rigor would find so much more subject for sympathy than blame. Let me ask you, could you, even in that case, answer for your own justice and gratitude? I do not allude to the long and pitiful catalogue of paltry adventures in which it seems your time has been employed, the coarse and vulgar succession of casual connections, joyless, loveless, and unendeared, but do you not find upon your memory some trace of an engagement of the character I have sketched? Has not your sense of what you would owe in such a case, and to such a woman, been at least once put to the test of experiment? Has it not once at least happened that such a woman, with all the resolution of strong faith, flung her youth, her hope, her beauty, her talent upon your bosom, weighed you against the world, which she found but a feather in the scale, and took you as an equivalent? How did you then acquit yourself? Did you prove yourself worthy of the sacred trust reposed in you? Did your spirit so associate with hers as to leave her no room to regret the splendid and disinterested sacrifice she had made? Did her soul find a pillow in the tenderness of yours, and support in its firmness? Did you preserve her high in your own consciousness, proud in your admiration and friendship, and happy in your affection? You might have so acted, and the man that was worthy of her would have perished rather than not so act, as to make her delighted with having confided so sacred a trust to his honor. Did you so act? Did she feel that, however precious to your heart, she was still more exalted and honored in your reverence and respect? Or did she find you coarse and paltry, fluttering and unpurposed, unfeeling and ungrateful? You found her a fair and blushing flower, its beauty and its fragrance bathed in the dews of heaven. Did you so tenderly transplant it as to preserve that beauty and fragrance unimpaired? Or did you so rudely cut it as to interrupt its nutriment, to waste its sweetness, to blast its beauty, to bow down its faded and sickly head? And did you at last fling it like, quote, a loathsome weed away, end quote? If then to such a woman, so clothed with every title that could ennoble and exalt and endear her to the heart of man, you would be cruelly and capriciously deficient, how can a wretched fugitive like this, in every point her contrast, hope to find you just? Send her then away. Send her back to her home, to her child, to her husband, to herself. End quote. Alas, there was none to hold such language to this noble defendant. He did not hold it to himself, but he paraded his despicable prize in his own carriage, with his own retinue, his own servants. This veteran Paris hawked his enamored Helen from this western quarter of the island to a seaport in the eastern, crowned with the acclamations of a senseless and grinning rabble, glorying and delighted, no doubt, in the leering and scoffing admiration of grooms and ostlers and waiters as he passed. End of section 60. Section 61 of The World's Best Orations, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Best Orations, Volume 4. Against Pensions, by John Philpot Curran. Delivered in the Irish Parliament, March 13, 1786, in support of a bill limiting pensions. I object to adjourning this bill to the 1st of August, because I perceive in the present disposition of the House that a proper decision will be made upon it this night. We have set out upon our inquiry in a manner so honorable and so consistent that we have reason to expect the happiest success, which I would not wish to see baffled by delay. We began with giving the full affirmative of this House that no grievance exists at all. We considered a simple matter of fact and adjourned our opinion, or rather, we gave sentence on the conclusion, after having adjourned the premises. but I do begin to see a great deal of argument in what the learned baronet has said, and I beg gentlemen will acquit me of apostasy, if I offer some reasons why the bill should not be admitted to a second reading. I am surprised that gentlemen have taken up such a foolish opinion as that our Constitution is maintained by its different component parts, mutually checking and controlling each other. They seem to think, with Hobbes, that a state of nature is a state of warfare, and that, like Mahomet's coffin, the Constitution is suspended between the attraction of different powers. My friends seem to think that the Crown should be restrained from doing wrong by a physical necessity, forgetting that if you take away from man all power to do wrong, you, at the same time, take away from him all merit of doing right. And by making it impossible for men to run into slavery, you enslave them most effectually. But if, instead of the 3 different parts of our Constitution drawing forcibly in right lines, in different directions, they were to unite their power and draw all one way, in one right line, how great would be the effect of their force, how happy the direction of this union. The present system is not only contrary to mathematical rectitude, but to public harmony. But if, instead of privilege setting up his back to oppose prerogative, he were to saddle his back and invite prerogative to ride, how comfortably they might both jog along. And therefore it delights me to hear the advocates for the royal bounty flowing freely and spontaneously and abundantly as Holywell in Wales. If the Crown grant double the amount of the revenue in pensions, they approve of their royal master, for he is the breath of their nostrils. But we shall find that this complaisance, this gentleness between the Crown and its true servants, is not confined at home. It extends its influence to foreign powers. Our merchants have been insulted in Portugal, our commerce interdicted. What did the British lion do? Did he whet his tusks? Did he bristle up and shake his mane? Did he roar? No, no such thing. The gentle creature wagged his tail for 6 years at the court of Lisbon, and now we hear from the Delphic oracle on the Treasury bench that he is wagging his tail in London to Chevalier Pinto, who, he hopes soon to be able to tell us, will allow his lady to entertain him as a lapdog. And when she does, no doubt the British factory will furnish some of their softest woolens to make a cushion for him to lie upon. But though the gentle beast has continued so long fawning and couching, I believe his vengeance will be great, as it is slow, and that posterity, whose ancestors are yet unborn, will be surprised at the vengeance he will take. This polyglot of wealth, this museum of curiosities, the pension list embraces every link in the human chain, every description of men, women, and children, from the exalted excellence of a Hawke or a Rodney to the debased situation of the lady who humbleth herself that she may be exalted. But the lessons it inculcates forms its greatest perfections. It teacheth that sloth and vice may eat that bread which virtue and honesty may starve for after they have earned it. It teaches the idle and dissolute to look up for that support which they are too proud to stoop and earn. It directs the minds of men to an entire reliance on the ruling power of the state, who feed the ravens of the royal aviary that continually cry for food. It teaches them to imitate those saints on the pension list that are like the lilies of the field. They toil not, neither do they spin, and yet are arrayed like Solomon in his glory. In fine, it teaches a lesson which, indeed, they might have learned from Epictetus, that it is sometimes good not to be over-virtuous. It shows that in proportion as our distresses increase, the munificence of the crown increases also. In proportion as our clothes are rent, the royal mantle is extended over us. Notwithstanding that the pension list, like charity, covers a multitude of sins, give me leave to consider it as coming home to the members of this house. Give me leave to say that the Crown, in extending its charity, its liberality, its profusion, is laying a foundation for the independence of Parliament. For hereafter, instead of orators and patriots accounting for their conduct to such mean and unworthy persons as freeholders, they will learn to despise them, and look to the first man in the state, and they will, by so doing, have this security for their independence, that while any man in the kingdom has a shilling, they will not want one. Suppose at any future period of time the boroughs of Ireland should decline from their present flourishing and prosperous state. Suppose they should fall into the hands of men who would wish to drive a profitable commerce, by having members of Parliament to hire or let. In such a case, a secretary would find great difficulty if the proprietors of members should enter into a combination to form a monopoly, to prevent which, in time, the wisest way is to purchase up the raw material, young members of Parliament, just rough from the grass, and when they are a little bitted and he has got a pretty stud, perhaps of 70, he may laugh at the slave merchant. Some of them he may teach to sound through the nose, like a barrel organ. Some, in the course of a few months, might be taught to cry, "Hear, hear!" Some, "Chair, chair!" upon occasion, though those latter might create a little confusion if they were to forget whether they were calling inside or outside of those doors. Again, he might have some so trained that he need only pull a string, and up gets a repeating member. And if they were so dull that they could neither speak nor make orations, for they are different things, he might have them taught to dance, pedibus ire in sententia. This improvement might be extended. He might have them dressed in coats and shirts all of one color, and, of a Sunday, he might march them to church 2 by 2, to the great edification of the people and the honor of the Christian religion. Afterwards, like ancient Spartans, or the fraternity of Kilmainham, they might dine all together in a large hall. Good heaven! What a sight to see them feeding in public, upon public viands, and talking of public subjects, for the benefit of the public! It is a pity they are not immortal, but I hope they will flourish as a corporation, and that pensioners will beget pensioners to the end of the chapter. End of section 61. Section 62 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Best Orations, Volume 4. England and English Liberties, in the Case of Rowan, by John Philpot Curran. From the speech in behalf of Archibald Hamilton Rowan, Esquire, for a libel in the Court of the King's Bench, Ireland, on the 29th of January, 1794. I know no case in which a jury ought to be more severe than where personal calumny is conveyed through a vehicle which ought to be consecrated to public information. Neither, on the other hand, can I conceive any case in which the firmness and the caution of a jury should be more exerted than when a subject is prosecuted for a libel on the state. The peculiarity of the British Constitution, to which in its fullest extent we have undoubted right, however distant we may be from the actual enjoyment, and in which it surpasses every known government in Europe, is this, that its only professed object is the general good, and its only foundation the general will. Hence the people have a right acknowledged from time immemorial, fortified by a pile of statutes, and authenticated by a revolution that speaks louder than them all, to see whether abuses have been committed, and whether their properties and their liberties have been attended to as they ought to be. This is a kind of subject which I feel myself overawed when I approach. There are certain fundamental principles which nothing but necessity should expose to public examination. They are pillars, the depth of whose foundation you cannot explore without endangering their strength. But let it be recollected that the discussion of such topics should not be condemned in me, nor visited upon my client. The blame, if any there be, should rest only with those who have forced them into discussion. I say, therefore, it is the right of the people to keep an eternal watch upon the conduct of their rulers, and in order to that, the freedom of the press has been cherished by the law of England. In private defamation let it never be tolerated. In wicked and wanton aspersion upon a good and honest administration, let it never be supported. Not that a good government can be exposed to danger by a groundless accusation, but because a bad government is sure to find in the detected falsehood of a licentious press a security and a credit which it could never otherwise obtain. I said a good government cannot be endangered. I say so again, for whether it is good or bad, it can never depend upon assertion. The question is decided by simple inspection. To try the tree, look at its fruit. To judge of the government, look at the people. What is the fruit of a good government? The virtue and happiness of the people. Do 4 millions of people in this country gather those fruits from that government, to whose injured purity, to whose spotless virtue and violated honor, this seditious and atrocious libeller is to be immolated upon the altar of the Constitution? To you, gentlemen of the jury, who are bound by the most sacred obligation to your country and your God, to speak nothing but the truth, I put the question, do the people of this country gather those fruits? Are they orderly, industrious, religious, and contented? Do you find them free from bigotry and ignorance, those inseparable concomitants of systematic oppression? This paper, gentlemen, insists upon the necessity of emancipating the Catholics of Ireland, and that is charged as a part of the libel. If they had waited another year, if they had kept this prosecution impending for another year, how much would remain for a jury to decide upon? I should be at a loss to discover. It seems as if the progress of public information was eating away the ground of the prosecution. Since the commencement of the prosecution, this part of the libel has unluckily received the sanction of the legislature. In that interval, our Catholic brethren have obtained that admission, which it seems it was a libel to propose. In what way to account for this I am really at a loss. Have any alarms been occasioned by the emancipation of our Catholic brethren? Has the bigoted malignity of any individuals been crushed, or has the stability of the government or that of the country been weakened? Or is it 1 million of subjects stronger than 4 millions? Do you think that the benefit they received should be poisoned by the sting of vengeance? If you think so, you must say to them, quote, "You have demanded emancipation, and you have got it. But we abhor your persons, we are outraged at your success, and we will stigmatize by a criminal prosecution the adviser of that relief which you have obtained from the voice of your country." End quote. I ask you, do you think, as honest men, anxious for the public tranquility, conscious that there are wounds not yet completely cicatrized, that you ought to speak this language at this time to men who are too much disposed to think that in this very emancipation they have been saved from their own parliament by the humanity of their sovereign? Or do you wish to prepare them for the revocation of these improvident concessions? Do you think it wise or humane at this moment to insult them by sticking up in a pillory the man who dared to stand forth as their advocate? I put it to your oaths. Do you think that a blessing of that kind, that a victory obtained by justice over bigotry and oppression, should have a stigma cast upon it by an ignominious sentence upon men bold and honest enough to propose that measure? To propose the redeeming of religion from the abuses of the Church? the reclaiming of 3 millions of men from bondage, and giving liberty to all who had a right to demand it, giving, I say, in the so much censured words of this paper, giving, quote, universal emancipation, end quote. I speak in the spirit of the British law, which makes liberty commensurate with and inseparable from British soil, which proclaims even to the stranger and the sojourner, the moment he sets his foot upon British earth, that the ground on which he treads is holy, and consecrated by the genius of universal emancipation. No matter in what language his doom may have been pronounced, no matter what complexion incompatible with freedom an Indian or an African sun may have burnt upon him, no matter in what disastrous battle his liberty may have been cloven down, no matter with what solemnities he may have been devoted upon the altar of slavery, the first moment he touches the sacred soil of Britain, the altar and the gods sink together in the dust. His soul walks abroad in her own majesty, his body swells beyond the measure of his chains that burst from around him, and he stands redeemed, regenerated, and disenthralled by the irresistible genius of universal emancipation. Here Mr. Curran was interrupted by a burst of applause. Gentlemen, I am not such a fool as to ascribe any effusion of this sort to any merits of mine. It is the mighty theme, and not the inconsiderable advocate, that can excite interest in the hearer. What you hear is but the testimony which nature bears to her own character. It is the effusion of her gratitude to that power which stamped that character upon her. And permit me to say, that if my client had occasion to defend his cause by any mad or drunken appeals to extravagance or licentiousness, I trust in God I stand in that situation that, humble as I am, he would not have resorted to me to be his advocate. I was not recommended to his choice by any connection of principle or party, or even private friendship, and saying this, I cannot but add that I consider not to be acquainted with such a man as Mr. Rowan a want of personal good fortune. But upon this great subject of reform and emancipation, there is a latitude and a boldness of remark, justifiable in the people, and necessary to the defense of Mr. Rowan, for which the habits of professional studies and technical adherence to established forms have rendered me unfit. It is, however, my duty, standing here as his advocate, to make some few observations to you, which I conceive to be material. Gentlemen, you are sitting in a country which has a right to the British Constitution, and which is bound by an indissoluble union with the British nation. If you were now even at liberty to debate upon that subject, if you even were not by the most solemn compacts, founded upon the authority of your ancestors and of yourselves, bound to that alliance, and had an election now to make, in the present unhappy state of Europe, if you had been heretofore a stranger to Great Britain, you would now say, we will enter into society and union with you. Una salis ambobis erit commune periculum. But to accomplish that union, let me tell you, you must learn to become like the English people. It is in vain to say you will protect their freedom if you abandon your own. The pillar whose base has no foundation can give no support to the dome under which its head is placed. And if you profess to give England that assistance which you refuse to yourselves, she will laugh at your folly and despise your meanness and insincerity. Let us follow this a little further. I know you will interpret what I say with the candor in which it is spoken. England is marked by a natural avarice of freedom, which she is studious to engross and accumulate, but most unwilling to impart, whether from any necessity of her policy, or from her weakness, or from her pride, I will not presume to say, but so is the fact. You need not look to the east, nor to the west, you need only look to yourselves. In order to confirm this observation, I would appeal to what fell from the learned counsel for the crown. Quote, that notwithstanding the alliance subsisting for 2 centuries past between the two countries, the date of liberty in one goes no further back than the year 1784. End quote. If it required additional confirmation, I should state the case of the invaded American and the subjugated Indian, to prove that the policy of England has ever been to govern her connections more as colonies than as allies, and it must be owing to the great spirit indeed of Ireland if she shall continue free. Rely upon it, she will ever have to hold her course against an adverse current. Rely upon it, if the popular spring does not continue strong and elastic, a short interval of debilitated nerve and broken force will send you down the stream again and reconsign you to the condition of a province. End of section 62. Section 63 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Best Orations, Volume 4. The Liberties of the Indolent, by John Philpot Curran. Exordium of the speech on the right of election of Lord Mayor of the City of Dublin, delivered before the Lord Lieutenant and Privy Council of Ireland, 1790. My Lords, I have the honour to appear before you as counsel for the Commons of the Corporation of the Metropolis of Ireland, and also for Mr. Alderman Howison, who hath petitioned for your approbation of him as a fit person to serve as Lord Mayor in virtue of his election by the Commons to that high office. And in that capacity I rise to address you on the most important subject that you have ever been called upon to discuss. Highly interesting and momentous indeed, my lords, must every question be, that, even remotely and eventually, may affect the well-being of societies, or the freedom or the repose of nations. But that question, the result of which, by an immediate and direct necessity, must decide either fatally or fortunately the life or the death of that well-being, of that freedom, and that repose, is surely the most important subject on which human wisdom can be employed, if any subject on this side the grave can be entitled to that appellation. You cannot, therefore, my lords, be surprised to see this place crowded by such numbers of our fellow citizens. Heretofore they were attracted hither by a strong sense of the value of their rights, and of the injustice of the attack upon them. They felt all the magnitude of the contest, but they were not disturbed by any fear for the event. They relied securely on the justice of their cause, and the integrity of those who were to decide upon it. But the public mind is now filled with a fear of danger, the more painful and alarming because hitherto unforeseen. The public are now taught to fear that their cause may be of doubtful merits and disastrous issue, that rights which they considered are defined by the wisdom and confirmed by the authority of written law may now turn out to be no more than ideal claims, without either precision or security, that acts of Parliament themselves are no more than embryos of legislation, or at best but infants, whose first labors must be not to teach but to learn, and which, even after 30 years of pupillage, may have 30 more to pass under that guardianship which the wisdom of our policy has provided for the protection of minors. Sorry am I, my lords, that I can offer no consolation to my clients on this head, and that I can only join them in bewailing that the question, whose result must decide upon their freedom or servitude, is perplexed with difficulties of which we never dreamed before, and which we are now unable to comprehend. Yet surely, my lords, that question must be difficult, upon which the wisdom of the representative of our dread sovereign, aided by the learning of his chancellor and his judges, assisted also by the talents of the most conspicuous of nobles and the gentry of the nation, has been twice already employed and employed in vain. We know, my lords, that guilt and oppression may stand irresolute for a moment ere they strike, appalled by the prospect of danger, or struck with the sentiment of remorse. But to you, my lords, it were presumption to impute injustice. We must, therefore, suppose that you have denied your determination, not because it was dangerous, but because it was difficult to decide. And indeed, my lords, a firm belief of this difficulty, however undiscoverable by ordinary talents, is so necessary to the character which this august assembly ought to possess, and to merit from the country, that I feel myself bound to achieve it by an effort of my faith, if I should not be able to do so by any exertion of my understanding. In a question, therefore, so confessedly obscure as to baffle so much sagacity, I am not at liberty to suppose that certainty could be attained by a concise examination. Bending, then, as I do, my lords, to your high authority, I feel this difficulty as a call upon me to examine it at large, and I feel it as an assurance that I shall be heard with patience. The Lord Mayor of this city hath from time immemorial been a magistrate, not appointed by the crown, but elected by his fellow citizens. From the history of the early periods of this corporation, and a view of its chapters and bylaws, it appears that the Commons had, from the earliest periods, participated in the important right of election to that high trust, and it was natural and just that the whole body of citizens, by themselves or their representatives, should have a share in electing those magistrates who were to govern them, as it was their birthright to be ruled only by laws which they had a share in enacting. The aldermen, however, soon became jealous of this participation, encroached by degrees upon the commons, and at length succeeded in engrossing to themselves the double privilege of eligibility and of election, of being the only body out of which and by which the Lord Mayor could be chosen. Nor is it strange that in those times a board consisting of so small a number as 24 members, with the advantages of a more united interest and a longer continuance in office, should have prevailed, even contrary to so evident principles of natural justice and constitutional right, against the unsteady resistance of competitors, so much less vigilant, so much more numerous, and therefore so much less united. It is the common fate of the indolent to see their rights become a prey to the active. The condition upon which God hath given liberty to man is eternal vigilance, which condition, if he break, servitude is at once the consequence of his crime and the punishment of his guilt. End of section 63. Section 64 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Best Orations, Volume 4. His Farewell to the Irish Parliament, by John Philpot Curran. From the speech delivered May 15, 1797, in support of the Ponsonby Reform Resolution. I consider this as a measure of justice with respect to the Catholics and the people at large. The Catholics in former times groaned under the malignant folly of penal laws, wandered like herds upon the earth, or gathered under some threadbare grandee who came to Dublin, danced attendance at the castle, was smiled upon by the secretary, and carried back to his miserable countrymen the gracious promise of favor and protection. They are no longer mean dependents, but owners of their country, and claiming simply and boldly, as Irishmen, the national privileges of men and natives of their country. I now proceed to answer the objections to the measure. I was extremely shocked to see the agent of a foreign cabinet rise up in the assembly that ought to represent the Irish nation, and oppose a motion that was made on the acknowledged and deplored corruption which has been imported from his country. Such an opposition is a proof of the charge which I am astonished he could venture upon at so awful a crisis. I doubt whether the charge, or this proof of it, would appear most odious. However, I will examine the objections. It is said, it is not the time. This argument has become a jest in Ireland, for it has been used in all times, in war, in peace, in quiet, and in disturbance. It is the miserable, dilatory plea of persevering and stupid corruption that wishes to postpone its fate by a promise of amendment, which it is resolved never to perform. Reform has become an exception to the proverb that says there is a time for all things. But for reform there is no time, because at all times corruption is more profitable to its authors than public virtue and propriety, which they know must be fatal to their views. As to the present time, the objections to it are a compound of the most unblushing impudence and folly. Forsooth, it would seem as if the House had yielded through fear. Personal bravery or fear are inapplicable to a public assembly. I know no cowardice so despicable as the fear of seeming to be afraid. To be afraid of danger is not an unnatural sensation, but to be brave in absurdity and injustice, merely from fear of having your sense of honesty imputed to your own apprehension, is a stretch of folly which I have never heard of before. But the time is pregnant with arguments very different, indeed, from those I have heard. I mean the report of the secret committee, and the dreadful state of the country. The allegation is that the people are not to have justice, because a rebellion exists within, and because we have an enemy at our gates. Because, forsooth, reform is only a pretext, and separation is the object of the leaders. If a rebellion exists, every good subject ought to be detached from it. But if an enemy threaten to invade us, it is only common sense to detach every subject from the hostile standard, and bring him back to his duty and his country. The present miserable state of Ireland, its distractions, its distresses, its bankruptcy, are the effects of the war, and it is the duty of the authors of that war to reconcile the people by the most timely and liberal justice. The utmost physical strength should be called forth, and that can be done only by union. This is a subject so tremendous, I do not wish to dwell on it. I will therefore leave it. I will support a reform on its own merits, and as a measure of internal peace at this momentous juncture. Its merits are admitted by the objection to the time, because the objection admits that at any other time it would be proper. For 20 years past there was no man of any note in England or Ireland who did not consider the necessity of it as a maxim. They all saw and confessed that the people are not represented, and that they have not the benefit of a mixed monarchy. They have a monarchy which absorbs the two other estates, and, therefore, they have the insupportable expense of a monarchy, an aristocracy, and a democracy, without the simplicity or energy of any one of those forms of government. In Ireland this is peculiarly fatal, because the honest representation of the people is swallowed in the corruption and intrigue of a cabinet of another country. From this may be deduced the low estate of the Irish people. Their honest labor is wasted in pampering their betrayers, instead of being employed, as it ought to be, in accommodating themselves and their children. On these miserable consequences of corruption, and which are all the fatal effects of inadequate representation, I do not wish to dwell. To expatiate too much on them might be unfair, but to suppress them might be treason to the public. It is said that reform is only a pretense, and that separation is the real object of leaders. If this be so, confound the leaders by destroying the pretext, and take the followers to yourselves. You say there are 100,000. I firmly believe there are 3 times the number. So much the better for you. If these seducers can attach so many followers to rebellion by the hope of reform through blood, how much more readily will you engage them, not by the promise, but the possession, and without blood? You allude to the British fleet. Learn from it to avoid the fatal consequence that may follow even a few days' delay of justice. It is said to be only a pretext. I am convinced of the contrary. I am convinced the people are sincere and would be satisfied by it. I think so from the perseverance in petitioning for it for a number of years. I think so because I think a monarchy properly balanced by a fair representation of the people gives as perfect liberty as the most celebrated republics of old. But of the real attraction of this object of reform, you have a proof almost miraculous. The desire of reform has annihilated religious antipathy and united the country. In the history of mankind, it is the only instance of so fatal a religious fanaticism being discarded by the good sense of mankind, instead of dying slowly by the development of its folly. And I am persuaded the hints thrown out this night to make the different sects jealous of each other will be a detected trick, and will only unite them still more closely. The Catholics have given a pledge to their countrymen of their sincerity and their zeal, which cannot fail of producing the most firm reliance. They have solemnly disclaimed all idea of what is called emancipation, except as a part of that reform without which their Presbyterian brethren could not be free. Reform is a necessary change of mildness for coercion. The latter has been tried. What is its success? The Convention Bill was passed to punish the meetings at Dungannon and those of the Catholics. The government considered the Catholic concessions as defeats that called for vengeance, and cruelly have they avenged them. But did that act, or those which followed it, put down those meetings? The contrary was the fact. It concealed them most foolishly. When popular discontents are abroad, a wise government should put them into a hive of glass. You hid them. The association at first was small. The earth seemed to drink it as a rivulet, but it only disappeared for a season. 1,000 streams, through the secret windings of the earth, found their way to one course, and swelled its waters, until at last, too mighty to be contained, it burst out, a great river, fertilizing by its exudations, or terrifying by its cataracts. This is the effect of our penal code. It swelled sedition into rebellion. What else could be hoped from a system of terrorism? Fear is the most transient of all the passions. It is the warning that nature gives for self-preservation. But when safety is unattainable, the warning must be useless, and nature does not, therefore, give it. Administration, therefore, mistook the quality of penal laws. They were sent out to abolish conventions, but they did not pass the threshold. They stood sentinels at the gates. You think that penal laws, like great dogs, will wag their tails to their masters and bark only at their enemies. You are mistaken. They turn and devour those they are meant to protect, and are harmless where they are intended to destroy. I see gentlemen laugh. I see they are still very ignorant of the nature of fear. It cannot last. Neither, while it does, can it be concealed. The feeble glimmering of a forced smile is a light that makes the cheek look paler. Trust me, the times are too humanized for such systems of government. Humanity will not execute them, but humanity will abhor them, and those who wish to rule by such means. This is not theory. The experiment has been tried and proved. You hoped much, and, I doubt not, meant well by those laws, but they have miserably failed you. It is time to try milder methods. You have tried to force the people. The rage of your penal laws was a storm that only drove them in groups to shelter. Your convention law gave them that organization which is justly an object of such alarm, and the very proclamation seems to have given them arms. Before it is too late, therefore, try the better force of reason, and conciliate them by justice and humanity. The period of coercion in Ireland is gone, nor can it ever return until the people shall return to the folly and to the natural weakness of disunion. Neither let us talk of innovation. The progress of nature is no innovation. The increase of people with the growth of the mind is no innovation. It is no way alarming, unless the growth of our minds lag behind. If we think otherwise, and think it an innovation to depart from the folly of our infancy, we should come here in our swaddling clothes. We should not innovate upon the dress more than the understanding of the cradle. As to the system of peace now proposed, you must take it on principles. They are simply two: the abolition of religious disabilities and the representation of the people. I am confident the effects would be everything to be wished. The present alarming discontent will vanish. The good will be separated from the evil intentioned. The friends of mixed government in Ireland are many. Every sensible man must see that it gives all the enjoyment of rational liberty if the people have their due place in the state. This system would make us invincible against a foreign or domestic enemy. It would make the empire strong at this important crisis. It would restore us to liberty, industry, and peace, which I am satisfied can never, by any other means, be restored. Instead, therefore, of abusing the people, let us remember that there is no physical strength but theirs, and conciliate them by justice and reason. I am censured heavily for having acted for them in the late prosecutions. I feel no shame at such a charge, except that, at such a time as this, to defend the people should be held out as an imputation upon a king's council, when the people are prosecuted by the state. I think every council is the property of his fellow subjects. If, indeed, because I wore his majesty's gown, I had declined my duty, or done it weakly, or treacherously, if I had made that gown a mantle of hypocrisy, and betrayed my client, or sacrificed him to any personal view, I might, perhaps, have been thought wiser by those who have blamed me, but I should have thought myself the basest villain upon earth. The plan of peace proposed by a reform is the only means that I and my friends can see left to save us. It is certainly a time for decision and not for half measures. I agree that unanimity is indispensable. The House seems pretty nearly unanimous for force. I am sorry for it, for I bode the worst from it. I will retire from a scene where I can do no good, where I certainly would interrupt that unanimity. I cannot, however, go without a parting entreaty that gentlemen will reflect on the awful responsibility in which they stand to their country and to their conscience before they set the example to the people of abandoning the Constitution and the law and resorting to the terrible expedient of force. End of section 64. Section 65 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Best Orations, Volume 4. On Government by Attachment, by John Philpot Curran. Delivered in the Irish Parliament, February 24th, 1785. In 1784, Henry Riley, Esquire, Sheriff of the County of Dublin, summoned his bailiwick to elect members to a national congress. For this he was attached by the King's Bench on a Crown motion, and on the 24th of February, 1785, the Right Honourable William Brownlow moved a vote of censure on the judges of that court for the attachment. Curran's speech on the subject is still of interest in connection with contempt proceedings in political cases. I hope I may say a few words on this great subject without disturbing the sleep of any right honorable member. The Attorney General John Fitzgibbon had fallen asleep on his seat. And yet perhaps I ought rather to envy than blame the tranquillity of the right honorable gentleman. I do not feel myself so happily tempered as to be lulled to repose by the storms that shake the land. If they invite rest to any, that rest ought not to be lavished on the guilty spirit. I never more strongly felt the necessity of a perfect union with Britain, of standing or falling with her in fortune and constitution, than on this occasion. She is the parent, the archetype of Irish liberty, which she has preserved inviolate in its grand points, while among us it has been violated and debased. I now call upon the House to consider the trust reposed in them as the great inquest of the people. I respect judges highly. They ought to be respected, and feel their dignity and freedom from reprehension while they do what judges ought to do. But their stations should not screen them when they pass the limit of their duty. Whether they did or not is the question. This House is the judge of those judges, and it would betray the people to tyranny and abdicate their representation if it does not act with probity and firmness. In their proceedings against Riley, I think they have transgressed the law and made a precedent which, while it remains, is subversive of the trial by jury and, of course, of liberty. I regard the Constitution, I regard the judges, 3 of that court at least, and for their sakes I shall endeavor to undo what they have done. The question is whether the court has really punished its own officer for a real contempt, or whether it has abused that power for the illegal end of punishing a supposed offense against the state by a summary proceeding without a trial by jury. The question is plain, whether as a point of constitution or as of law, but I shall first consider it in the former view. When I feel the Constitution rocking over my head, my first anxiety is to explore the foundation, to see if the great arches that support the fabric have fallen in. But I find them firm on the solid and massy principle of common law. The principle of legal liberty is that offense and trial and punishment should be fixed. It is sense, it is Magna Carta, a trial by jury as to fact, an appeal to judges as to law. I admit attachment and exception to the general rule as founded in necessity for the support of courts, in administering justice by a summary control over their officers acting under them. But the necessity that gave rise to it is also the limit. If it were extended further, it would reach to all criminal cases, not capital, and in the room of a jury crimes would be created by a judge, the party accused by him, found guilty by him, punished by the utter loss of his liberty and property for life, by indefinite fine and imprisonment without remedy or appeal. If he did not answer, he was guilty. Even if he did, the court might think, or say it thought, the answer was evasive, and so convict him for imputed prevarication. The power of attachment is wisely confined by the British laws, and practiced within that limit. The Crown lawyers have not produced a single case where the King's Bench in England have gone beyond it. They have ranged through the annals of history, through every reign of folly and of blood, through the proud domination of the Tudors and the blockhead despotism of the Stuarts, without finding a single case to support their doctrine. I consider the office of sheriff as judicial and ministerial. Riley's offense did not fall within any summary control in either capacity. It was not a judicial act. It was not colore officii. An act colore officii must either be an act done by the actual exercise of an abused or of a usurped authority, neither of which can it be called. For where the sheriff summons his county, he does it by command, by authority, under pain of fine and imprisonment to those who disobey. Was the appointment of a meeting any such active exertion of authority? Does any man suppose he was obliged to attend? That he would be fined if he refused to attend? No. Did the sheriff hold out any such colorable authority? Clearly not. The contrary. He explained the purpose of the intended meeting, he stated at whose instance he appointed such meeting, and thereby showed to every man in his senses that he was not affecting to convene them by color of any compulsive authority. If, then, there was any guilt in the sheriff's conduct, it was not punishable by attachment. They who argue from its enormity are guilty of a shabby attempt to mislead men from the question, which is not whether he ought to be punished at all, but whether he had been punished according to law. You have heard no man adduce a single case to support their assertion, but we have the uniform practice of the King's Bench in England in our favor, the uniform practice both there and here during these last years. Had they not meetings there and here? Did not the Crown receive petitions and addresses from such assemblies? Why, during that time, was there no motion for an attachment in either kingdom? If an English Attorney General had attempted such a daring outrage on public liberty and law, he must have found some friend to warn him not to debase the court, and make it appear to all mankind as the odious engine of arbitrary power, not to put it into so unnatural a situation as that of standing between the people and the Crown, or between the people and their representatives. I warn him not to bring the public hatred on the government, by adoption of an illegal prosecution. If he show himself afraid of proceeding against offenders by the ordinary mode, then offenders will be exalted by arbitrary persecution of them. They will become suffering patriots, from being mere petty offenders. Their cries will become popular. Let him be warned how he leads the court into an illegality which the Commons can never endure. No honest representative can sacrifice his fame and his duty by voting in support of a proceeding subversive of liberty. I should shrink from the reproach of the most insignificant of my constituents if that constituent could say to me, quote, "When thou sawest the thief of the Constitution, thou consentedst unto him." End quote. Such would be the caution suggested to an English Attorney General, and accordingly we find no instance of his ever venturing on such a measure. Without case, then, or precedent, or principle, what is the support of such a conduct here? The distinction of a judge? And what is that distinction? It is different in different men. It is different in the same man at different times. It is the folly of a fool and the fear of a coward. It is the infamy of the young and the dotage of age. In the best man it is very weakness that human nature is subject to, and in the worst it is very vice. Will you, then, tell the people that you have chosen this glorious distinction in the place of fixed laws, fixed offenses, and fixed punishments, and in the place of that great barrier between the prerogative and the people, trial by jury? But it is objected that the resolution is a censure on the judges and a charge of corruption. I deny it, and I appeal to your own acts. Mr. Curran then called to the clerk, who read from the journals a vote of censure passed upon Mr. Justice Robinson for imposing a fine illegally in a county, when on circuit, without view or evidence. Was your resolution founded on any corruption of that judge? No. You would, if so, have addressed to remove him. I called for the resolution, therefore, not to charge him with guilt. I am persuaded he acted merely through error, but to vindicate him, to vindicate you, and to exhort you to be consistent. You thought a much smaller violation of the law was deserving your reprobation. Do not abandon yourselves and your country to slavery by suffering so much a grosser and more dangerous transgression of the Constitution, to become a precedent forever. In tenderness, even to the judges, interpose. Their regret, which I am sure they now feel on reflection, cannot undo what they have done. Their hands cannot wash away what is written in their records. But you may repair whatever has been injured. If your friend had unwillingly plunged a dagger into the breast of a stranger, Would you prove his innocence by letting the victim bleed to death? The Constitution has been wounded deeply, but I am persuaded, innocently, it is you only who, by neglecting to interpose, can make the consequences fatal and the wound ripen into murder. I would wish, I own, that the liberty of Ireland should be supported by her own children, but if she be scorned and rejected by them, when her all is at stake, I will implore the assistance even of two strangers. I will call on the Right Honourable Secretary to support the principles of the British Constitution. Let him not render his administration odious to the people of Ireland by applying his influence in this House to the ruin of their personal freedom. Let him not give a pretense to the enemies of his friend in a sister country to say that the son of an illustrious Chatham is disgracing the memory of his great father. That the trophies of his Irish administration are the introduction of an inquisition among us, and the extinction of a trial by jury. Let them not say that the pulse of the Constitution beats only in the heart of the empire, but that it is dead in the extremities. Mr. Curran concluded with declaring his hearty concurrence in the resolution proposed. The Attorney General, Fitzgibbon, in a speech of much personality, opposed Curran's motion. Mr. Curran, in reply: I thank the right honourable gentleman for restoring me to my good humour, and for having, with great liberality and parliamentary decency, answered my arguments with personality. Some expressions cannot heat me when coming from persons of certain distinction. I shall not interrupt the right honourable gentleman in the 5th repetition of his speech. I shall prevent his arguments by telling him that he has not, in one instance, alluded to Mr. Riley. The right honourable gentleman said I had declared the judges guilty, but I said no such thing. I said if any judge were to act in the manner I mentioned, it would be an aggravation of his guilt. The right honourable gentleman has said that the House of Commons had no right to investigate the conduct of judges. If so, I ask the learned sergeant why he sits in that chair. I ask why the resolution has been just read from the journals. The gentleman has called me a babbler. I cannot think that was meant as a disgrace, because, in another parliament, before I had the honour of a seat in this house, but when I was in the gallery, I heard a young lawyer named Babbler. I do not recollect that there were sponsors at the baptismal font, nor was there any occasion, as the infant had promised and vowed so many things in his own name. Indeed, I find it difficult to reply, for I am not accustomed to pronounce panegyrics on myself. I do not know well how to do it, but since I cannot tell you what I am, I shall tell you what I am not. I am not a man whose respect in person and character depends upon the importance of his office. I am not a young man who thrusts himself into the foreground of a picture, which ought to be occupied by a better figure. I am not a man who replies with invective when sinking under the weight of argument. I am not a man who denied the necessity of a parliamentary reform at the time he proved the expediency of it by reviling his own constituents, the parish clerk, the sexton, and the gravedigger, and if there be any man who can apply what I am not to himself, I leave him to think of it in the committee and to contemplate it when he goes home. End of section 65. Section 66 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Best Orations, Volume 4. Presidential Criticisms of Congress by Benjamin Robbins Curtis, 1809 to 1874. The most important question raised by the impeachment of President Johnson, and, in fact, the only one which obviously survives the politics of that period, is of the extent to which a president has the right to condemn publicly the acts of one of the coordinate departments of the government. In defending President Johnson, Judge B.R. Curtis denied the right of a Congress holding itself aggrieved by a presidential criticism to act as judge of its own cause. It was probably this consideration more than any other which prevented the president's conviction and removal. Benjamin Robbins Curtis was born at Watertown, Massachusetts, November 4th, 1809. He died at Newport, Rhode Island, September 15th, 1874. He became eminent as a lawyer and left a number of works on American jurisprudence, among them a digest of the decisions of the United States Supreme Court, of which from 1851 to 1857 he was an associate justice. He was a brother of George Ticknor Curtis, author of History of the Constitution, and other well-known works. Presidential criticisms of Congress. Defending Andrew Johnson. From the speech of April 9, 1868, in behalf of the President at the impeachment trial. The complaint is that the President made speeches against Congress. The true statement here would be much more restricted than that, for although in those speeches the President used the word Congress, undoubtedly he did not mean the entire constitutional body organized under the Constitution of the United States. He meant the dominant majority in Congress. Everybody so understood it. Everybody must so understand it. But the complaint is that he made speeches against those who governed in Congress. Well, who are the grand jury in this case? One of the parties spoken against. And who are the triers? The other party spoken against. One would think there was some incongruity in this, some reason for giving pause before taking any very great stride in that direction. The Honorable House of Representatives sends its managers here to take notice of what? That the House of Representatives has erected itself into a school of manners, selecting from its ranks those gentlemen whom it deems most competent, by precept and example, to teach decorum of speech. And they desire the judgment of this body, whether the President has not been guilty of indecorum, whether he has spoken properly, to use the phrase of the Honorable Manager. Now there used to be an old-fashioned notion that although there might be a difference of taste about oral speeches, and, no doubt, always has been and always will be many such differences, there was one very important test in reference to them, and that is whether they are true or false. But it seems that in this case that is no test at all. The Honorable Manager, in opening the case, finding, I suppose, that it was necessary, in some manner, to advert to that subject, has done it in terms which I will read to you. Quote, "The words are not alleged to be either false or defamatory, because it is not within the power of any man, however high his official position, in effect, to slander the Congress of the United States, in the ordinary sense of that word, so as to call on Congress to answer as to the truth of the accusation." End quote. Considering the nature of our government, considering the experience which we have gone through on this subject, that is a pretty lofty claim. Why, if the Senate please, if you go back to the time of the Plantagenets, and seek for precedents there, you will not find so lofty a claim as that. I beg leave to read from two statutes, the first being 3 Edward I, chapter 34, and the second 2 Richard II, chapter 1. The statute 3 Edward I, chapter 34, after the preamble, enacts, quote, "That from henceforth none be so hardy to tell or publish any false news or tales, whereby discord or occasion of discord or slander may grow between the king and his people, or the great men of the realm, and he that doeth so shall be taken and kept in until he hath brought him into court which was the first author of the tale." End quote. The statute 2 Richard II, Chapter 1 and 5, enacted with some alterations the previous statute. It commenced thus, quote, "Of devisers of false news and of horrible and false lies, of prelates, dukes, earls, barons, and other nobles and great men of the realm, and also of the chancellor, treasurer, clerk of the privy seal, steward of the king's house, justices of the one bench or of the other, and of other great officers of the realm." End quote. The great men of the realm in the time of Richard II were protected only against, quote, "horrible and false lies," end quote. And when we arrive in the course of our national experience during the war with France, and the administration of Mr. Adams to that attempt to check, not free speech, but free writing, senators will find that, although it applied only to the written libels, it contained an express section that the truth might be given in evidence. That was a law, as senators know, making it penal by written libels to excite the hatred or contempt of the people against Congress, among other offenses. But the estimate of the elevation of Congress above the people was not so high but that it was thought proper to allow a defense of the truth to be given in evidence. I beg leave to read from this Sedition Act a part of one section, and make a reference to another to support the correctness of what I have said. It is found in Statutes at Large, page 596. Quote, "That if any person shall write, print, utter, or publish, or shall cause or procure to be written, printed, uttered, or published, or shall knowingly and willingly assist or aid in writing, printing, uttering, or publishing any false, scandalous, and malicious writing or writings against the government of the United States, or either House of the Congress of the United States, or the President of the United States, with intent to defame the said government, or either House of the said Congress, or the said President, or to bring them, or either or any of them, the hatred of the good people of the United States, or to stir up sedition within the United States, or to excite any unlawful combinations therein," end quote, etc. Section 3 provides, quote, "That if any person shall be prosecuted under this act for the writing or publishing any libel aforesaid, it shall be lawful for the defendant, upon the trial of the cause, to give in evidence in his defense the truth of the matter contained in the publication charged as a libel, and the jury who shall try the cause shall have a right to determine the law and the fact, under the direction of the court as in other cases." End quote. In contrast with the views expressed here, I desire now to read from the 4th volume of Mr. Madison's works, page 542 and 547, passages which, in my judgment, are as masterly as anything Mr. Madison ever wrote upon the relations of the Congress of the United States to the people of the United States, in contrast with the relations of the government of Great Britain to the people of that island, and upon the necessity which the nature of our government lays us under to preserve freedom of the press and freedom of speech. Quote, "The essential difference between the British government and the American Constitution will place this subject in the clearest light. In the British government, the danger of encroachments on the rights of the people is understood to be confined to the executive magistrate. The representatives of the people in the legislature are not only exempt themselves from distrust, but are considered as sufficient guardians of the rights of their constituents against the danger from the executive. Hence, it is a principle that the Parliament is unlimited in its power, or, in their own language, is omnipotent. Hence, too, all the ramparts for protecting the rights of the people, such as their Magna Carta, their Bill of Rights, etc., are not reared against the Parliament, but against the royal prerogative. They are merely legislative precautions against executive usurpations. Under such a government as this, an exemption of the press from previous restraints by licensers appointed by the king, is all the freedom that can be secured to it. In the United States, the case is altogether different. The people, not the government, possess the absolute sovereignty. The legislature, no less than the executive, is under limitations of power. Encroachments are regarded as possible from the one as well as from the other. Hence, in the United States, the great and essential rights of the people are secured against legislative as well as against executive ambition. They are secured not by laws paramount to prerogative, but by constitutions paramount to laws. This security of the freedom of the press requires that it should be exempt not only from previous restraint by the executive, as in Great Britain, but from legislative restraint also, and this exemption, to be effectual, must be an exemption not only from the previous inspection of licenses, but from the subsequent penalty of laws." End quote. One other passage on page 547, which has an extraordinary application to the subject now before you. Quote, 1. The Constitution supposes that the President, the Congress, and each of its houses may not discharge their trusts, either from defect of judgment or other causes. Hence, they are all made responsible to their constituents at the returning periods of election. And the President, who is singly entrusted with very great powers, is, as a further guard, subjected to an intermediate impeachment. 2. Should it happen, as the Constitution supposes it may happen, that either of these branches of the government may not have duly discharged its trust, it is natural and proper that, according to the cause and degree of their faults, they should be brought into contempt or disrepute, and incur the hatred of the people. 3. Whether it has, in any case, happened that the proceedings of either or all of those branches evince such a violation of duty as to justify a contempt or disrepute or hatred among the people, can only be determined by a free examination thereof, and a free communication among the people thereon. 4. Whenever it may have actually happened that proceedings of this sort are chargeable on all or either of the branches of the government, it is the duty, as well as the right, of intelligent and faithful citizens to discuss and promulge them freely, as well to control them by the censorship of the public opinion as to promote a remedy according to the rules of the Constitution. And it cannot be avoided that those who are to apply the remedy must feel, in some degree, a contempt or hatred against the transgressing party. End quote. These observations of Mr. Madison were made in respect to the freedom of the press. There were two views entertained at the time when the sedition law was passed concerning the power of Congress over this subject. The one view was that when the Constitution spoke of freedom of the press, it referred to the common law definition of that freedom. That was the view which Mr. Madison was controverting in one of the passages which I have read to you. The other view was that the common law definition could not be deemed applicable, and that the freedom provided for by the Constitution, so far as the action of Congress was concerned, was an absolute freedom of the press. But no one ever imagined that freedom of speech, in contradistinction from written libel, could be restrained by a law of Congress. For whether you treat the prohibition in the Constitution as absolute in itself, or whether you refer to the common law for a definition of its limits and meaning, the result will be the same. Under the common law, no man was ever punished criminally for spoken words. If he slandered his neighbor and injured him, he must make good in damages to his neighbor the injury he had done. But there was no such thing at the common law as an indictment for spoken words, so that this prohibition in the Constitution against any legislation by Congress in restraint of the freedom of speech is necessarily an absolute prohibition, and therefore this is a case not only where there is no law made prior to the act to punish the act, but a case where Congress is expressly prohibited from making any law to operate even on subsequent acts. What is the law to be? Suppose it is, as the honorable managers seem to think it should be, the sense of propriety of each senator appealed to. What is it to be? The only rule I have heard, the only rule which can be announced, is that you may require the speaker to speak properly. Who are to be the judges whether he speak properly? In this case, the Senate of the United States on the presentation of the House of Representatives of the United States, and that is supposed to be the freedom of speech secured by this absolute prohibition of the Constitution. That is the same freedom of speech, senators, in consequence of which thousands of men went to the scaffold under the Tudors and the Stuarts. That is the same freedom of speech which caused thousands of heads of men and of women to roll from the guillotine in France. That is the same freedom of speech which has caused in our day more than once, quote, order to reign in Warsaw, end quote. The persons did not speak properly in the apprehension of the judges before whom they were brought. Is that the freedom of speech intended to be secured by our Constitution? End of section 66.
Section 67 of The World's Best Orations, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Best Orations, Volume 4. His Sovereignty Under His Hat, by George William Curtis. George William Curtis, from 1824 to 1892. When in the Republican National Convention held at Chicago in June 1884, George William Curtis climbed on a chair to protest, on behalf of those who were afterwards called Mugwumps, against the Hawkins Resolution. The scene was one of the most dramatic in American history. Mr. Curtis had been one of those whose thoroughgoing earnestness had forced issues which had retired the Democratic Party from power for 25 years. Under the Hawkins Resolution, he would have been bound to support the nominee of the convention, with the consent of his conscience, or without it. He evidently felt himself in the presence of one of those great crises when the history of a nation may depend for years on the immediate and determined action of one man. When he climbed on his seat to speak, with his white hair thrown back from his face, and began, "Gentlemen of the convention, a Republican and a free man, I came into this convention. By the grace of God, a Republican and a free man will I go out of this convention." His belief in the far-reaching importance of his action was immediately communicated to the thousands with whom the great hall was packed. The convention, which so shortly before had been apparently an uncontrollable chaos of conflicting elements, became breathlessly silent. And in making the speech which restored the Democratic Party to power by inaugurating the independent Republican movement of 1884, Mr. Curtis had an audience which strained its ears to catch his every word. Perhaps there has not been in all American history a more striking example of the power of such oratory as is natural to any man of great and cultivated intellect when he is deeply moved by a conscientious conviction of his duty. In his address on Wendell Phillips, delivered in April 1884, Mr. Curtis shows us his own ideal in his elucidation of the character of Phillips. He was not persistently intense in his modes of thoughts as Phillips was, but at a crisis he could call out wholly unsuspected reserves of power, as he did in his Chicago speech. He was a scholar rather than a statesman, a gentleman by instinct and habit, gracious in his demeanor because of being essentially gracious, and seemingly unfitted for the rude and brawling contentions of practical politics. But such men as he have determined the course of events in America at every crisis, putting to confusion the merely professional politicians, and asserting the omnipotent supremacy of that higher intellect which can begin and operate only under the direction of a sound and compelling conscience. Mr. Curtis was born at Providence, Rhode Island, February 24, 1824. In his early life, he was possessed by the ideas which moved a member of Young Transcendentalists to organize the Brook Farm community. After 18 months of that celebrated failure to realize the ideal, he traveled in Europe, and returning, entered New York journalism. First on the daily press, and afterwards as the editor of weekly and monthly periodicals issued by well-known publishing houses. Of his numerous published books, the Potiphar Papers are perhaps the best, as they are best known to the general public. Mr. Curtis died at his home on Staten Island, August 31st, 1892. His Sovereignty Under His Hat, delivered in the Republican National Convention at Chicago, June 4th, 1884, on the resolution offered by Mr. Hawkins of Tennessee, resolved, as the sense of this convention, that every member of it is bound in honor to support its nominee, whoever that nominee may be, and that no man should hold a seat here who is not ready to so agree. Gentlemen of the convention, a Republican and a free man I came into this convention. By the grace of God, a Republican and a free man will I go out of this convention. 24 years ago, I was here in Chicago. 24 years ago, I took part with the men of this country who nominated the man who bears the most illustrious name in the Republican Party, and the brightest ray in whose halo of glory and immortality is that he was the great emancipator. In that convention, sir, a resolution was offered in amendment of the platform. It introduced into that platform certain words from the Declaration of Independence. That man was voted down in that convention, and Joshua R. Giddings, of Ohio, rose from his seat and was passing out of the convention. As he went to pass by my chair, I, well nigh a boy and unknown to him, reached out my hand and said, "Sir, where are you going?" He said to me, "Young man, I am going out of this convention, for I find there is no place in a Republican convention for an original anti-slavery man like me." Well, gentlemen, after this he stopped and again took his seat, and before the convention concluded, the Republican Party declared no word, no deed, no sign should ever be made in a Republican convention that in the slightest degree reflected upon the honor or the loyalty of the men who took part in that convention, and upon their adhesion to liberty. The gentleman who was last upon the floor dared anyone upon this floor to vote against that resolution. I say to him in reply that the presentation of such a resolution in such a convention as this is a stigma, an insult upon every man who stands here. The question is no question at all. Precisely the same motion was brought up at the last convention, and the man from West Virginia, I honor his name, said in the face of the roaring galleries, "I am a Republican who carries his sovereignty under his own hat." Now, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Campbell's position in that convention agreed with the wise reflection, the afterthought of the Republican Convention of 1880, under the direction of that great leader whose face fronts us there, James A. Garfield of Ohio. Under the lead of Garfield, I remind you, my friend from California, that convention, taking its action, induced the gentleman who presented the resolution to withdraw it from consideration. Now, sir, in the light of the character of the Republican Party, in the light of the action of the last Republican Convention, the first convention I have known in which such a pledge was required of the members, I ask this convention, mindful of all that hangs upon the wisdom, the moderation, the tolerance, and the patriotism of our action, mindful of it all, I beg this convention to remember Lincoln, to remember Garfield, to remember the most vital principle of the Republican Party, and assume that every man here who is an honorable man will vote this resolution down, as something which should never have appeared in a Republican convention, and as unworthy to be ratified by the concourse of free men I see before me. End of section 67. Section 68 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Best Orations, Volume 4. Wendell Phillips is a History Maker, by George William Curtis. From a contemporary stenographic report of the address delivered in Tremont Temple, Boston, April 18, 1884. When the war ended, and the specific purpose of his relentless agitation was accomplished. Phillips was still in the prime of his life. Had his mind recurred to the dreams of earlier years, had he desired, in the fullness of his fame and the maturity of his powers, to turn to the political career which the hopes of the friends of his youth had forecast, I do not doubt that the Massachusetts of Sumner and of Andrew, proud of his genius and owning his immense service to the triumphant cause, although a service beyond the party line, and often apparently directed against the party itself, would have gladly summoned him to duty. It would, indeed, have been a kind of peerage for this great commoner. But not to repose in peaceful honor did this earnest soul incline. Now that the field is won, he said gaily to a friend, do you sit by the campfire, but I will put out into the underbrush. The slave, indeed, was free, but emancipation did not free the agitator from his task. The client that suddenly appeared before him on that memorable October day was not an oppressed race alone. It was wronged humanity. It was the victim of unjust systems and unequal laws. It was the poor man, the weak man, the unfortunate man, whoever and whatever he might be. This was the cause that he would still plead in the forum of public opinion. Let it not be said, he wrote to a meeting of his old abolition friends 2 months before his death, that the old abolitionist stopped with the Negro, and was never able to see that the same principles claim his utmost effort to protect all labor, white and black, and to further the discussion of every claim of humanity. Was this the habit of mere agitation? The restless discontent that followed great achievement? There were those who thought so. But they were critics of a temperament which did not note that with Phillips, agitation was a principle, and a deliberately chosen method to definite ends. There were still vast questions springing from the same root of selfishness and injustice as the question of slavery. They must force a hearing in the same way. He would not adopt in middle life the career of politics, which he had renounced in youth, however seductive that career might be, whatever its opportunities and rewards, because the purpose had grown with his growth and strengthened with his strength, to form public opinion rather than to represent it, in making or in executing the laws. To form public opinion upon vital public questions by public discussion, but by public discussion absolutely fearless and sincere, and conducted with honest faith in the people to whom the argument was addressed. This was the service which he had long performed, and this he would still perform, and in the familiar way. His comprehensive philanthropy had made him, even during the anti-slavery contest, the untiring advocate of other great reforms. His powerful presentation of the justice and reason of the political equality of women at Worcester in 1857, more than any other single impulse, launched that question upon the sea of popular controversy. In the general statement of principle, nothing has been added to that discourse. In vivid and effective eloquence of advocacy, it has never been surpassed. All the arguments for independence echoed John Adams in the Continental Congress. All the pleas for applying the American principle of representation to the wives and mothers of American citizens echoed the eloquence of Wendell Phillips at Worcester. His, also, was the voice that summoned the temperance voters of the Commonwealth to stand up and be counted. The voice which resolutely and definitely exposed the crime to which the busy American mind and conscience are at last turning, the American crime against the Indians. Through him, the sorrow of Crete, the tragedy of Ireland, pleaded with America. In the terrible experience of the early anti-slavery debate, when the church and refined society seemed to be the rampart of slavery, he had learned profound distrust of that conservatism of prosperity which chills human sympathy and narrows the conscience. So the vast combinations of capital, in these later days, with their immense monopolies and imperial power, seemed to him sure to corrupt the government and to obstruct and threaten the real welfare of the people. He felt, therefore, that what is called the respectable class is often really, but unconsciously and with a generous purpose, not justly estimating its own tendency, the dangerous class. He was not a party politician. He cared little for party or for party leaders. But any political party which in his judgment represented the dangerous tendency was a party to be defeated in the interest of the peace and progress of all the people. But his judgment, always profoundly sincere, was it not sometimes profoundly mistaken? No nobler friend of freedom and of man than Wendell Phillips ever breathed upon this continent, and no man's service to freedom surpasses his. But before the war, he demanded peaceful disunion. Yet it was the Union in arms that saved liberty. During the war, he would have superseded Lincoln, but it was Lincoln who freed the slaves. He pleaded for Ireland, tortured by centuries of misrule, and while every generous heart followed with sympathy the pathos and the power of his appeal, the just mind recoiled from the sharp arraignment of the truest friends in England that Ireland ever had. I know it all, but I know also, and history will remember, that the slave union which he denounced is dissolved, that it was the heart and conscience of the nation, exalted by his moral appeal of agitation, as well as by the enthusiasm of patriotic war, which held up the hands of Lincoln, and upon which Lincoln leaned in emancipating the slaves, and that only by indignant and aggressive appeals like his has the heart of England ever opened to Irish wrong. No man, I say, can take a preeminent and effective part in contentions that shake nations, or in the discussion of great national policies, of foreign relations, of domestic economy and finance, without keen reproach and fierce misconception. But death, says Bacon, bringeth good fame. Then, if moral integrity remain unsoiled, the purpose pure, blameless the life, and patriotism as shining as the sun, conflicting views and differing counsels disappear, and firmly fixed upon character and actual achievement, good fame rests secure. 80 years ago, in this city, how unsparing was the denunciation of John Adams for betraying and ruining his party, for his dogmatism, his vanity and ambition, for his exasperating practicability. He, the colossus of the Revolution, and Thomas Jefferson? I may truly say what the historian says of the Saracen mothers and Richard Coeur de Lion, that the mothers of Boston hushed their children with fear of the political devil incarnate of Virginia. But, when the drapery of mourning shrouded the columns and overhung the arches of Faneuil Hall, Daniel Webster did not remember that sometimes John Adams was imprudent, and Thomas Jefferson sometimes unwise. He remembered only that John Adams and Thomas Jefferson were two of the greatest American patriots, and their fellow citizens of every party bowed their heads and said, Amen. I am not here to declare that the judgment of Wendell Phillips was always sound, nor his estimate of man always just, nor his policy always approved by the event. He would have scorned such praise. I am not here to eulogize the mortal, but the immortal. He, too, was a great American patriot. And no American life, no, not one, offers to future generations of his countrymen a more priceless example of inflexible fidelity to conscience and to public duty. And no American more truly than he purged the national name of its shame, and made the American flag the flag of hope for mankind. Among her noblest children, his native city will cherish him, and gratefully recall the unbending Puritan soul that dwelt in a form so gracious and urbane. The plain house in which he lived, severely plain, because the welfare of the suffering and the slave were preferred to books and pictures and every fair device of art. The house to which the North Star led the trembling fugitive, and which the unfortunate and the friendless knew. The radiant figure passing swiftly through these streets, plain as the house from which it came, regal with a royalty beyond that of kings. The ceaseless charity untold, the strong sustaining heart of private friendship, the sacred domestic affections that must not here be named, the eloquence which, like the song of Orpheus, will fade from living memory into a doubtful tale. That great scene of his youth in Faneuil Hall, the surrender of ambition, the mighty agitation, the mighty triumph with which his name is forever blended, the consecration of a life hidden with God in sympathy with man, these, all these, will live among your immortal traditions, heroic even in your heroic story, but not yours alone. As years go by, and only the large outlines of lofty American characters and careers remain, the wide republic will confess the benediction of a life like this, and gladly own that if with perfect faith and hope assured America would still stand, and bid the distant generations hail, the inspiration of her national life must be the sublime moral courage, the all-embracing humanity, the spotless integrity, the absolutely unselfish devotion of great powers to great public ends, which were the glory of Wendell Phillips. End of section 68.
Section 69 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Best Orations, Volume 4, Section 69, The Primordial Rights of the Universal People, by Caleb Cushing. Caleb Cushing, 1800 to 1879. Caleb Cushing represented a Massachusetts district in Congress from 1835 to 1843. Was United States Commissioner to China from 1843 to 1844, was a colonel and brigadier general in the Mexican-American War, Attorney General under the Pierce administration from 1853 to 1857, counsel for the United States before the Geneva Arbitration Tribunal from 1871 to 1872, and minister to Spain from 1874 to 1877. He was nominated by President Grant for Chief Justice in 1873, but the nomination was withdrawn. He was a great lawyer who aimed to make out his case by precedents, documentary proofs, historical evidence, and close reasoning, rather than by appeals to feeling or sentiment. But in his most studied efforts of this kind, he would sometimes be carried off, apparently against his will, into bursts of passionate eloquence. Active as he was in public affairs and in the practice of his profession, he found time to write a number of books. He was born at Salisbury, Massachusetts, January 17, 1800, and died at Newburyport, Massachusetts, January 2, 1879. The defense of John Quincy Adams, delivered in the House of Representatives in 1837 by Mr. Cushing, soon ceased to be a mere plea for the rights of an individual and became a defiant and most eloquent assertion of what he called the primordial rights of the universal people. "I disdain to hold these rights by any parchment title," he said. "The people of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, the people of every state of this Union, came into it in the full possession of all these rights. They are rights of heaven's own giving. We hold them by the supreme tenure of revolution. We hold them by the dread arbitrament of battle. We hold them by the concession of a higher and broader charter than all the constitutions in the land, the free donation of the eternal God when he made us to be men." This is clearly an unpremeditated outburst of deep feeling, and if the periods of which it is a part were never afterwards equaled by Mr. Cushing, it is perhaps true that the expression they give the idea of the higher law has never been equaled by anyone else. The Primordial Rights of the Universal People, delivered in the House of Representatives, February 7, 1837, against censoring John Quincy Adams for an effort to present a petition from slaves. This House is called upon to punish my colleague for the alleged offense of speaking words in his place and in the execution of his duty, which give color to the idea that slaves possess the right of petition. Was it an offense? And if so, in what text is the offense defined and the punishment prescribed? There is no such text. The proposition is to censure my colleague at the mere will of the House, its arbitrary will, for an act which offends a portion of its members by raising the implication of an erroneous idea. Whither is this precedent to lead? Is it not utterly subversive of the freedom of debate? A member is not to utter an opinion or by words of inquiry insinuate an opinion obnoxious to the rest of the House. I must express my surprise. I will not say my indignation, because that would infer reproach, that gentlemen who continually themselves exercise the privilege of debate in its widest latitude, who stretch it to the farthest verge, who do this in the utterance of opinion offensive to a majority of the House. My profound astonishment that such gentlemen should urge the arbitrary punishment of my colleague for a pretended abuse of the right of debate. Or do members from the South conceive they are to have the privilege of speech exclusively to themselves? If so, it is time they should awake from their self-delusion. Relying, however, very little on the merits of the question, gentlemen seek to justify their purpose by other considerations. To begin, they denounce in no measured terms the distinguishing opinions of Massachusetts on the subject of this great question of public liberty. Incidental to the resolution before us, they err most egregiously if they believe that such opinions are exclusively peculiar to Massachusetts or to New England. Those opinions prevail quite as extensively in the great states of New York, Pennsylvania, and Ohio, for example, as they do in New England. They are indeed opinions of elemental right lying at the very bottom of all the political institutions of the country. It may be that such opinions are more strongly held and more universally understood in New England than elsewhere in the United States. I may not deny it. Deny it? I glory in the fact. It is proof and a result of our old and persevering dedication to liberty. Gentlemen talk to us of these our great fundamental rights as the freedom of speech, opinion, of petition, as if they were derived from the Constitution of the United States. I scout such a doctrine. If there were a drop in my veins that did not rebel against the sentiment, it would be bastard blood. Sir, I claim to be descended from the king-killing Roundheads of the reign of Charles I, through a race of men not unremembered in peace or war, never backward in the struggles of liberty, a family upon the head of a member of which the first price of blood was set by Great Britain in revenge of his early devotion to the cause of independence. I venerate their character and their principles. I am ready to do as they did, to abandon all the advantages of country, home, fortune, station, to fly to some western wilderness, and to live upon a handful of parched corn and a cup of cold water, with God's blessing on honest independence, sooner than I will surrender one jot or title of those great principles of liberty which I have sucked in with my mother's milk. I disdain to hold these rights by any parchment title. The people of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, the people of every state of this Union, came into it in the full possession and fruition of all these rights. We did not constitute this government as a means of acquiring new rights, but for the protection of old ones which nature had conferred upon us, which the Constitution rightly regards as pre-existing rights, and as to which all the Constitution does is to provide that these rights neither you nor any power on earth shall alter, abrogate, or abridge. They are rights of heaven's own giving. We hold them by the supreme tenure of revolution. We hold them by the dread arbitrament of battle. We hold them by the concession of a higher and broader charter than all the constitutions in the land, the free donation of the eternal God when he made us to be men. These, the cardinal principles of human freedom he has implanted in us, and placed them before and behind and around us for our guard and guidance, like the cloud by day and a pillar of fire by night, which led the Israelites through the desert. It is a liberty native, inborn, original, underived, imprescriptible, and acknowledged in the Constitution itself as preeminently before and above the Constitution. Now, in their denunciations of the North, it is these, the very primordial rights of the universal people of the United States, that gentlemen from the South assail. They strike at the freedom of opinion, of the press, and of speech out of doors, and the right of petition and debate in this House. It seems to be imputed as a crime to a portion of the inhabitants of the non-slaveholding states that they entertain sentiments condemned by a majority of this nation. But can it be a crime? I appeal once again to that portion of the members from the South who are foremost in this debate. I mean the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Thompson and his friends, who on certain subjects differ in opinion with the great majority of their countrymen, and I ask them whether they stand prepared to abide by and sustain the doctrine that opinions unacceptable to the majority are a moral or political crime. Will they apply to themselves the rule of judgment which they urge so vehemently against the people of the North? Will they deliberately sanction such an odious doctrine? I know they cannot. They must perceive that it is impossible by any act of the will to control the conclusions of the mind. It is our duty, in all the contingencies of life, to weigh well the facts and the reasonings upon which our judgments are to be formed, to apply to every question a conscientious desire to arrive at the truth, to spare no means to inform ourselves rightly as to the matters which the mind is to judge. But the result is not a thing within the scope of the will, and it is monstrous, therefore, to bring opinions to the bar of legal censure. It is a violation of the interior sanctuary of a man's own soul. It is the very acme of tyranny. The arbitrary power to condemn and punish opinions is that which gave birth to the Protestant Reformation and which has rendered the Inquisition a byword of odium and reproach. It is that self-same thing from which our fathers fled. The Puritans, the Catholics, the Quakers, the Huguenots, when they left their native Europe to found an asylum for conscience in this new world. It is that which has nerved the arm and edged the sword in every contest of liberty which lightens along the history of civilized man. As to speech and the press, I admit that here there is more difficulty than in the case of opinion. It is a practical problem extremely difficult of solution to determine always how much of liberty in this respect is possible to be maintained without degenerating into licentiousness. And it is a practical question, greatly dependent on the times and circumstances. I shall not seek in these cursory remarks to solve the problem. It suffices for my present purpose to suggest the idea that the suppression of political inquiry, while it is a thing hostile to the general spirit of our institutions, is hard of accomplishment and apt enough to end in aggravating the evil it is designed to remedy. I had on occasion, the last winter, to express my views on the general subject of the right of petition. They remain without change. And I can but repeat my conviction that this, like the liberty of conscience and the press, is not a right given by the Constitution, but an original right of the constituent people of the United States, and one which they never parted with, but in their compacts of political fellowship expressly saved from all abridgment and limitation forever. The right of the people to petition for a redress of grievances, and the duty of Congress to receive and consider such petitions, are, in my estimation, the correlative conditions of the right. A petition is the formal mode in which the people bring their wants or opinions to the direct notice of Congress. It is an essential ingredient in representative institutions. To forbid the citizen to prefer his wishes to Congress by petition would be to lop off one of the chief democratic features of our government, and to convert it into an aristocracy of elective despotism. It would be a curtailment of the constitutional liberties of the people of the United States, to which they could not and should not submit. Mr. Speaker, such are my sentiments in regards to these great fundamental rights of my fellow citizens. I think they are, in the substance and general outline, the sentiments of the bulk of the people of the North, and I had fondly imagined, until very recently, that they were sentiments coexistive in prevalence with the jurisdiction of the Republic. Entertaining this belief, I have deeply regretted to see the dangerous topic of slavery mixed up with other questions wholly foreign to it in principle. Sir, I put it to gentlemen in all directness and sincerity. Do they suppose that angry attacks on the freedom of opinion, of speech, of the press, of petition, of debate, are likely to check the spread in the United States of that disapprobation of slavery, which is but another form, conversely considered, of the love of liberty? Do they deem it possible to smother the opinions and to stifle the petitions of the free men of the United States? Aye, and of the free women too. For I confess it seems to me a strange idea to uphold, in this enlightened age, that women, refined, educated, intellectual women, is to have no opinion or no right to express that opinion. Do gentlemen soberly think their cause can be strengthened in the country by bringing to the bar of the House for contempt, by subjecting to censure, by expelling a representative of one of the free states because he may have given color to the idea that slaves can petition Congress? The resolution before the House proposes to censure my colleague for the act of stating that he held a paper purporting to be a petition from slaves, and asking of the Speaker whether such a paper fall within a certain order of the House. Now, as I have already said, I hold the right of petition to be an original and unalienated right of the people of the United States, secured to them by the Constitution, but not derived from it. I hold that the right appertains not to the subject matter of the petition, but to the person of the petitioner. I hold, also, that the obligation to receive a petition corresponds to the right of petitioning, since the right without the duty is a mere name and not a substance, and there may be a power to receive a petition without any obligation to receive it, or any right to insist upon its reception as a corresponding duty. For instance, Congress has the power to receive a petition of a foreigner, and yet Congress lies under no obligation to receive it, because the right of petition is guaranteed only to the people of the United States. Is it not, as a matter of constitutional law, just so in the case of a slave? The Constitution guarantees to the constituent people of the United States their natural rights of opinion, discussion, assembly, and petition against all abridgment. Are slaves embraced within these guarantees of the Constitution? I think not. As to the natural right of the slave in these particulars, that, like his natural right of personal freedom, not being assured to him by the constitutional compact, is not a question within the constitutional competency of Congress. But the inquiry whether Congress may receive the petition of a slave depends on other considerations. It is a question, not of the right of the petitioner, but of the discretion or power of the petitioned. And this appears to me to be just such a matter-of-fact question of common sense as might occur in the relations of private life. There is a multitude of supposable cases in which I could receive and grant the request, that is, the petition of a slave. I cannot infringe the legal rights of the master without becoming amenable to the law of the land, nay, to a higher forum, since I should be doing an act immoral and dishonorable as well as illegal. He is in the eye of the law the property of his master. But is he not also a human being? Does not the Constitution of the United States expressly call him a person, while making him an integral part of the basis of representation? Can he prefer no petition, no request, no prayer, in any circumstances? If I see him drowning in the canal, or about to be struck down by a stranger, and he cry to me for succor, may I not then listen to him? Suppose a memorial to come to me from a slave, setting forth, by well authenticated statements, that he is in a foreign land oppressed and wronged, and his master, a citizen of this country, does not know it or cannot be found. May I not bring the matter before the government, whether it be Congress or the executive, whichever has the power to afford redress? What I mean to say is that in matters having nothing to do with abolition, and not affecting in any other respect the legal rights of the master, it might be proper and reasonable to lend an ear to the petition of a slave. These, I know, are extreme cases, and they are suggested only as illustrations of my idea, for I would no more present a petition from slaves in derogation of any of the constitutional rights of the South than I would offer a deliberate insult to the chair or to the House. Having been at all times a strenuous advocate of the freedom of opinion, of the press, and of petition, I consider it my duty to state thus explicitly my views of the existing constitutional limitation of these immunities. It were unbecoming to be a stickler for the rights of one part of the country and blind to the rights of another part. I resist the attempt to punish my colleague by a sort of ex post facto law, which in its tendency extinguishes the freedom of debate and subjects every member to the arbitrary will of a majority. I defend the particular opinions of the North. I assert the freedom of opinion, speech, the press, petition inherent in the people of the United States and secured to them by the Constitution. But while I maintain the sanctity, the inviolability of these rights, as it befits a representative of Massachusetts to do, I will not practice here, nor countenance elsewhere, any encroachments on the constitutional rights of the South. End of section 69. Read by Adrian, Deon. Los Angeles, California, April 13th, 2025.
Section 70 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Best Orations, Volume 4. England and America in China. Caleb Cushing, open parenthesis, in the House of Representatives, Monday, March 16th, on the British and Chinese question, non-interference of the United States, close parenthesis. I beg leave to put a question to the chairman of the Committee on Foreign Affairs, Mr. Pickens, in regard to a matter concerning which misapprehension exists abroad and which, though it touches individually myself and a colleague of mine now absent on a sick bed, Mr. Lawrence, I should not have troubled the House with if it were not of great public importance to the welfare and reputation of the United States. Start brackets. No objection being made, Mr. Cushing proceeded to say, end brackets, I proposed a resolution early in the session calling on the executive for information as to our relations with China, which resolution, being afterwards submitted to the Committee on Foreign Affairs, was by them reported to the House and adopted, and to which the executive has since responded in a message now in the possession of the House. My colleague, Mr. Lawrence, also presented a memorial from the citizens of the United States in China relative to the same matter. These papers are now under consideration in the Committee on Foreign Affairs. Meanwhile, I am somewhat disturbed to learn through the intelligence brought by the Great Western that these movements here are construed in England as indicating a disposition on the part of the American government, quote, to join heart and hand, end quote, as the expression is in a paragraph of an English ministerial journal now before me, quote, to join heart and hand with the British government and endeavour to obtain commercial treaties from the authorities in China, end quote. Now, so far as regards myself, I wish to say that this is a great misconception, if it be not a wilful perversion of what is contemplated here. I have, it is true, thought that the present contingency, when the Americans at Canton, and they almost are quite alone, have manifested a proper respect for the laws and public rights of the Chinese Empire, in honourable contrast with the outrageous misconduct of the English there, and when the Chinese government, grateful for the upright deportment of the Americans, has manifested the best possible feeling towards them, I have thought that these circumstances afforded a favourable opportunity to endeavour to put the American trade with China on a just and stable footing for the future. But God forbid that I should entertain the idea of cooperating with the British government in the purpose, if purpose it have, of upholding the base cupidity and violence and high-handed infraction of all law, human and divine, which have characterized the operations of the British, individually and collectively, in the seas of China. I disavow all sympathy with those operations. I denounce them most emphatically. End of section 70. Section 71 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Best Orations, Volume 4. The Extermination of the Indians, Caleb Cushing, open parenthesis, delivered in the House of Representatives, February 6th, 1837, close parenthesis. The fate of the Indians in every part of the United States has been a deplorable one from the first day of our intercourse with them to the present hour. In Maine, the tribes so conspicuous once in the wars of New England and of Canada are sunk to a community of humble fishermen. In Massachusetts, in Rhode Island, in Connecticut, the Mohicans, the Pequots, the Narragansetts, names of pride and power have dwindled to a wretched remnant. In New York, how few survive of that great and famous confederacy of the Six Nations. The Delawares and their kindred tribes have disappeared from Pennsylvania and Virginia. In the newer states, we see that process of decay or of extinction now going on, which is consummated in the old ones. The Seminoles, in arms on their native soil, fighting not for life or land, but for vengeance, and vowed, it would seem, like the Pequots, to a war of self-extermination. The Creeks hurrying in broken bands to the west. The Cherokees, the most cultivated of the southern tribes, pausing over their doomed exile, like the waters of the cataract, which gather themselves on the edge of the precipice, ere the leap into the inevitable abyss. Is there no responsibility devolved on us by this state of things? That we are wholly responsible for it, I can by no means admit. The condition in which we see the Indians has arisen from the fact that they are savages, in contact with cultivated men, that they have not had the institutions of civilized life to guard their nationality and their property against the frauds and the vices of rapacious traders and land pirates, nor the arts of civilized life wherewith to gain subsistence. These are obstacles to their preservation, which we as a people, in our efforts for their advantage, have perseveringly but as yet vainly endeavored to overcome. Wars between them and us have resulted almost inevitably from our contiguity. Yet, those wars are not imputable to any general spirit of unkindness on our part, and we have strenuously endeavored to prevent their arming among themselves, to protect them against the frauds and injustice of the lawless of our own people, and to impart to them the blessings of civilization. Still, indirectly, it is clear we have to answer for the present degradation of the Indians, since we sought them, not they us. And if no Europeans had come hither, the aboriginal inhabitants of the country would have retained their independence and their sovereignty. Abstractly considered, our conduct towards them and the doctrines of public right which govern it are marked by many traits of injustice. You take possession of their country by what you call the right of discovery or by conquest. We pay them for it, do you say? Yes, you purchase land enough for the domicile of a nation with a string of beads, and it is impossible to adjust to the standard of abstract justice a dominion built on the bones and cemented with the blood of vanquished and extinguished tribes. You must offend against their natural rights when your power could not otherwise stand. They feel as did the Indian described by Erskine. Who is it, said the jealous ruler of the desert, encroached upon by the restless foot of transatlantic adventure? Quote, who is it that causes this river to rise in the high mountains and to empty itself into the ocean? Who is it that makes the loud winds of winter to blow, and that calms them again in the summer? Who is it that rears up the shade of these lofty forests and that blasts them with the quick lightning at his pleasure? The same being who gave to you a country beyond the water and gave ours to us. End quote. Quote, and by this title we will defend it. End quote, said the warrior, throwing down his tomahawk on the ground and raising the war cry of his nation. These are the feelings of subjugated men everywhere, civilized or uncivilized. These are the feelings which produce the scenes now occurring in Florida. They are the feelings in violation of which our empire in the New World was founded. Yet, will you abandon the land now by nativity yours, the homes of your kindred and your affection? You will not. But your dominion over the country has no root in abstract equity, and it is extended and upheld only by your superior strength and art, not by their gratitude or their attachment for benefits received. And it behooves you to make reparation for the injury your very existence here inflicts on the Indian by promoting, in all possible ways, his welfare, civilization, and peace. Every consideration of policy calls upon us to conciliate, if we may, the Indians within our jurisdiction. We have compacted together in the West emigrant Indians from various quarters, tribes unfriendly, inimical to each other, sections of tribes reciprocally hostile, and all embittered more or less against us, by whom they have been driven from their own ancient abodes and stripped of their long descended independence. Can savage warriors, the captives of battle, transported to the West as chiefs of the hostile Creeks have recently been, as prisoners of war in irons? Can such men, constituted as they are, fail to nourish the vindictive and jealous feelings which belong to their nature? Will we take no pains to remove or allay these feelings of irritation? Will we deal justly with them hereafter? Will our equity and our mercy be manifested as signally as our power? Will we secure these victims of our destiny in their new lands, guard them against the intrusion of our own people and from hostility among themselves? Will we redeem our promise of protection and political fellowship? It is but the question whether we shall enjoy peace and prosperity on our western frontier, or whether the Indian shall send his yell into the heart of our settlements, ravage our lands, burn our dwellings, massacre our wives and children. Would you rally his tribes to the flaming sign of war? Would you see the thirsty prairies soaked with the mingling blood of the red man and the white? If not, be warned in time by the spectacle of desolation and carnage in the south. Is not East Florida laid waste? Have not millions upon millions been expended already in the as yet unavailing endeavor to subdue a fragment of the Seminoles? But what do we care for money? It is the sufferings of our own fellow citizens, the lives of the brave men of our army and militia, perishing amid the pestilential swamps of that fatal region, the destruction of the deluded Indians themselves, the tarnished honor of our country, and not the treasure exhausted in war, which I deplore. How many generals have left that field of war baffled, if not defeated? Nay, is not the whole army of the United States thrown into distraction and half dissolved by the contentions of rank, the competition of service, the criminations and recriminations which have sprung up in such rank abundance, like some noxious growth of the tropics, out of the soil of East Florida? And if the desperation of a few Seminoles, either by their own efforts or the contagion of their example, can excite a war that can summon regiment after regiment of troops to the amount, it is reported to us first and last, of some 25,000 men, what would be the consequence if injustice or mismanagement should kindle a similar flame among the Cherokees, the Creeks, and the great body of the emigrant Indians? God forbid that such a calamity should descend upon our beloved country. Dictates of duty in this matter are not less imperative than arguments of policy. The Indians are in our hands. They have been sunk to what they are, if not by us, yet through us. We have assumed the guardianship of them and have pledged ourselves by stipulation after stipulation to watch over their welfare. I invoke the faith of treaties. I appeal to the honor of the nation. I demand of its truth and justice. If there be any sense of right in civilized communities, that we act decidedly and promptly in the execution of some well digested plan for the benefit of the Indians subject to our authority. Let's not speak to them only as conquerors and in the language of relentless vigor, but to the vigor that shall overawe and control. Let us join the justice that shall command respect and the clemency that shall conciliate affection. End of section 71.
Section 72 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Greatest Orations, Volume 4, Section 72, Unshackled Living, Cyprian, 200 to 258. Thasius Caecilius Cyprian, Bishop of Carthage, beheaded in 258 A.D. during the Valerian persecution, began life as a teacher of rhetoric and oratory at Carthage. It is said that he was passionately fond of eloquence, and, on being converted to Christianity at the age of 48, he quickly attained eminence in the church at a time when it could easily mean martyrdom, as it did in his case. It is said that he did more than any other early writer, except possibly St. Augustine, to give form and character to the doctrine and practice of the Latin Church. His style as an orator is characterized by earnestness and directness rather than by ornament. He was born about the year 200. Unshackled Living, from a sermon on the Lord's Prayer. It is our prayer that the will of God may be done both in heaven and on earth, each of which bears toward the accomplishment of our health and salvation. Having a body from the earth and a spirit from heaven, we are both earth and heaven in both, that is, both in body and spirit, we pray that God's will may be done. Flesh and spirit have a strife between them, a daily encounter from their mutual quarrel, so that we cannot do the things that we would, because the spirit seeks things heavenly and divine. The flesh desires things earthly and temporal. Hence it is our earnest prayer that by God's help and aid a peace may be established between these two, that by the doing of God's will, both in the spirit and flesh, that soul may be preserved which has been born again through him. This the Apostle Paul, in distinct and manifest words, sets forth. Quote, "The flesh," saith he, "lusteth against the spirit, and the spirit against the flesh, and these are contrary the one to the other, so that ye cannot do the things that ye would. Now the works of the flesh are manifest, which are these: adulteries, fornications, uncleanness, lasciviousness, idolatry, witchcraft, murders, hatred, variance, emulations, wrath, strife, seditions, heresies, envyings, drunkenness, revelling, and such like, of the which I tell you before, as I have also told you in times past, that they which do such things shall not inherit the kingdom of God. But the fruit of the Spirit is love, joy, peace, magnanimity, goodness, faith, kindness, continence, chastity." End quote. For this cause we make it our daily, yea, our unceasing petition, that God's will in us may be done, both in heaven and earth. For this is the will of God, that the earthly should give way to the heavenly, that spiritual and divine things should become supreme. It were a self-contradicting and incompatible thing for us who pray that the kingdom of God may quickly come, to be looking unto long life in the world below. Thus also the blessed apostle instructs us, forming and establishing the steadfastness of our hope and faith. Quote, "We brought nothing into this world, and neither can we carry anything out. Having therefore food and raiment, let us herewith be content. But they that will be rich fall into temptation and a snare, and into many and hurtful lusts, which drown men in destruction and perdition. For the love of money is the root of all evil, which, while some coveted after, they have made shipwreck from the faith, and pierced themselves through with many sorrows." End quote. He teaches us that not only are riches despicable, but are also dangerous, that in them is the root of seductive evils, misleading the blindness of the human heart by a concealed deception. Wherefore also God judges that rich fool whose thoughts were for his earthly stores, and who boasted himself in the multitude of his abundant gatherings, quote, "Thou fool, this night thy soul shall be required of thee. Then whose shall these things be which thou hast provided?" End quote. The fool made merry in his stores even that night when he was to die. And while life was ceasing from his hand, life's multiplied provision still employed his thought. The Lord, on the other hand, teaches us that he becomes the perfect and accomplished Christian who, by selling all he has and giving to the poor, stores up for himself a treasure in heaven. That man, he says, it is that can follow him and imitate the glory of the passion of the Lord, who, unimpeded and close girt, involved in no shackle of worldly possessions, is enabled in unrestraint and freedom himself to follow after these his possessions, which he has already sent before to God, in order that each of us may train himself to this. he may learn to offer a prayer corresponding to his doing so, and may be taught from the standard which his prayer puts before him the manner of man that he ought to be. The just man can never be in want for his daily bread, since it is written, "The Lord will not suffer the soul of the righteous to famish." And again, "I have been young, and now am old, yet have I not seen the righteous forsaken, nor his seed begging bread." The Lord also makes promise, and says, "Take no thought, saying, What shall we eat, or what shall we drink, or wherewithal shall we be clothed? For after all these things do the Gentiles seek. For your Father knoweth that ye have need of all these things. Seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things shall be added unto you." He promises to those who seek God's kingdom and righteousness that all other things shall be added. For since all things are of God, to him that has God there will nothing fail, if himself not be failing unto God. Thus Daniel had a meal miraculously provided when he was shut up by the command of the king in the den of lions, and among wild beasts, hungering, yet sparing him, the man of God was nourished. Thus Elijah received sustenance in his flight, and was fed through persecution by ravens that ministered to him in his solitude, and birds that bare him meat. And oh, the horrid cruelty of human wickedness! The wild beasts spare, and the birds give food, while it is men that lurk and rage. He has added the rule besides, binding us under the fixed condition and responsibility that we are to ask for our sins to be forgiven in such sort as we forgive them that are in debt to us, knowing that our entreaties for sin will have no acceptance, unless we deal toward our debtors in like manner. Hence, in another place, he says, "With what measure ye mete, it shall be measured to you again." And the servant who, after being forgiven all his debt by his Lord, refused to forgive his fellow servants, was cast back into prison on refusing to yield to his fellow servant. He lost what his Lord had previously yielded to him. These things Christ still more impressively sets forth in his commandments, in the fuller force of his authority. "When ye stand praying, forgive if ye have aught against any, that your Father also which is in heaven may forgive you your trespasses. And if ye do not forgive, neither will your Father which is in heaven forgive your trespasses." No excuse will abide you in the day of judgment, when you will be judged by your own sentence, and as you have dealt toward others, will be dealt with yourself. For God commands us to be peacemakers, and dwell with one heart and one mind in his house, and what he made us by our second nativity, which he would have us continue when new born, that having become sons of God, we may abide in God's peace, and partake as of one Spirit, so of but one heart and one mind. Hence it is that God accepts not the sacrifice of the unreconciled, and commands him to return first and agree with his brother, that the prayers of the peacemaker may set him at peace with God. After these things, at the conclusion of the prayer, comes a sentence comprising shortly and collectively the whole of our petitions and desires. We end by saying, "Deliver us from evil," comprehending all adverse things which the enemy in this world devises against us. wherefrom we have a faithful and firm protection, if God deliver us, and grant us aid to our entreaties and complaints. But having said, deliver us from evil, there remains nothing beyond for us to ask for, after petition made for God's protection from evil. For that gained, we stand secure and safe against all things that the devil and the world work against us. What fear hath he from this life, who has God through life for his guardian? We need not wonder, dearest brethren, that this is God's prayer, seeing how his instruction comprises all our petitioning in one saving sentence. This had already been prophesied by Isaiah the prophet, when, filled with the Holy Spirit, he spoke concerning the majesty and mercy of God, quote, summing up and cutting short his word in righteousness, because a short word will God make in the whole earth. End quote. For when the word of God, our Lord Jesus Christ, came into all, and gathering together alike the learned and the unlearned, did to every sex and age set forth the precepts of salvation, he made a full compendium of his instructions, that the memory of the scholars might not labor in the heavenly discipline, but accept with readiness whatsoever was necessary unto a simple faith. Thus, when he taught us what is life eternal, he gathered the mystery of life within an especial and divine brevity. This, said he, quote, is life eternal, that they might know thee, the only true God, and Jesus Christ whom thou hast sent. End quote. In like manner, when he gathered forth from the law and prophets what were the first and greatest commandments, he said, quote, Hear, O Israel, the Lord thy God is one God, and thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, and with all thy soul, and with all thy strength. This is the first and great commandment. And the second is like unto it, Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. On these two commandments hang all the law and the prophets. End quote. And again, quote, Whatever good things ye would that men should do unto you, do ye even so to them. For this is the law and the prophets. End quote. Those who pray ought to come to God not with unfruitful or naked prayers. Vainly we ask when it is a barren petition that is given to God. For since, quote, every tree not bringing forth good fruit is hewn down and cast into the fire, end quote, surely words also which bring no fruit must fail of favor with God, seeing they are joined with no productiveness in righteous deeds. Hence divine Scripture instructs us, saying, quote, Prayer is good with fasting and alms. End quote. For he who in the day of judgment will render to us a reward for our good works and alms is also a gracious listener to any that approach him in prayer with the company of good works. Thus was it that the centurion Cornelius, when he prayed, found a title to be heard. For he was one, quote, that did many alms deeds towards the people, and ever prayed to God. End quote. To him, when he was praying about the 9th hour, an angel came nigh, rendering testimony to his deeds, and saying, quote, Cornelius, thy prayers and thine alms are gone up in remembrance before God. End quote. Quickly do prayers go up to God when the claims of our good works introduce them before him. Thus also the angel Raphael bore witness to the continual praying and continual alms deeds of Tobias, saying, quote, It is honorable to reveal and confess the works of God. For when thou didst pray, and Sarah, I did bring the remembrance of your prayers before the holiness of God. And when thou didst bury the dead, I was with thee likewise. And because thou didst not delay to rise up and leave thy dinner to go and cover the dead, I was sent to prove thee. And now God hath sent me to heal thee and Jonah, thy daughter-in-law. For I am Raphael, one of the 7 holy angels, which go in and out before the glory of God. By Isaiah likewise the Lord admonishes and teaches us like things, thus testifying, Loosen every knot of unrighteousness, release the oppression of contracts which have no power. Let the troubled go in peace, and break every unjust engagement. Deal thy bread to the hungry, and bring the poor that are cast out to thy house. When thou seest the naked, cover him, and despise not them of thine own flesh. Then shall thy light break forth in season, and thy raiment shall spring forth speedily, and righteousness shall go before thee, and the glory of God shall cover thee. Then shalt thou call, and God shall hear thee, and while thou shalt yet speak, he shall say, Here I am. He promises that he is nigh, and hears and protects those who, loosening the knots of unrighteousness from the heart, and giving alms among the household of God, according to his commandment, do, by hearkening to what God claims of them, themselves acquire a title to be heard of him. The blessed Paul, having been assisted by the brethren in a needful time of pressure, declared that good works performed were sacrificed to God. I am full, saith he, having received of Epaphroditus the things which were sent from you, an odor of a sweet smell, a sacrifice acceptable, well pleasing to God. For when one hath pity on the poor, he lendeth to God. And he that gives, even to the least, gives to God, spiritually sacrificing to God an odor of a sweet smell. End of section 72. Read by Bill Mosley, Llano County, Texas, USA. March 11th, 2025.
Section 73 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Nickyy. The World's Best Orations, Volume 4. The Infinite Artifices of Nature, Cyril, 315 through 386. Cyril of Jerusalem bears translation into English much better than many others of the celebrated pulpit orators of the first centuries of the Christian era. In many of the sermons of that period, eloquence, which depends primarily on profound religious conviction, scarcely survives at all when deprived of its melodious expression in Greek or Latin. Cyril, however, has a poetry of idea which makes such sermons as that which he preached from the 2nd and 3rd verses of the 38th chapter of Job eloquent in any language into which they are translated. He was born near Jerusalem about 315 A.D. In 350 A.D. he succeeded to the bishopric of Jerusalem, from which 7 years later he was deposed as the result of a controversy with Acacius, the Arian bishop of Caesarea. 4 years later he was restored to his see and held it until his death in 386 A.D. His works were edited by Tutti in 1720. The Infinite Artifices of Nature, from a sermon on the 2nd and 3rd verses of the 38th chapter of Job. What! Is there not much to wonder at in the sun, which, being small to look on, contains in it an intensity of power, appearing from the east and shooting his light even to the west? The psalmist describes his rising at dawn when he says, "Which is as a bridegroom coming out of his chamber." This is a description of his pleasant and comely array on first appearing to men. For when he rides at high noon, we are wont to flee from his blaze, but at his rising he is welcome to all as a bridegroom to look on. Behold also how he proceeds, or rather not he, but one who has by his bidding determined his course. How in summer time aloft in the heavens he finishes off longer days, giving men due time for their works, while in winter he straightens his course, lest the days cold last too long, and that the nights lengthening may conduce both to the rest of men and to the fruitfulness of the earth's productions. And see likewise in what order the days correspond to each other, in summer increasing, in winter diminishing, but in spring and autumn affording one another a uniform length, and the night again in like manner. And as the psalmist saith concerning them, Day unto day uttereth speech, and night unto night showeth knowledge. For to those who have no ears they almost shout aloud, and by their orders say there is no other God save their Maker, and the appointer of their bounds, him who laid out the universe. Those persons ought to have felt astonishment and admiration not only at the sun and moon, but also at the well-ordered choirs of the stars, their unimpeded courses, their respective risings in due season, and how some are the signs of summer, others of winter, and how some mark the time of sowing, others introduce the season of sailing. And man, sitting in his ship, and sailing on the boundless waves, looks at the stars and steers his vessel. Well, says Scripture concerning these bodies, let them be for signs and for seasons, and for days and for years, not for star-gazing and vain tales and nativities. Observe, too, how considerately he imparts to daylight by a gradual growth. For the sun does not rise upon us while we gaze, all at once, but a little light runs up before him, that by previous trial our eyeball may bear his stronger ray, and again how he has cheered the darkness of night by the gleam of moonlight. Who is the father of rain? And who hath given birth to the drops of dew? Who hath condensed the air into clouds, and bid them carry the fluid mass of showers, at one time bringing from the north golden clouds, at another giving these a uniform appearance, and then again curling them up into festoons and other figures manifold? Who can number the clouds in wisdom, of which Job saith, He knoweth the balancings of the clouds, and hath bent down the heaven to the earth? And he who numbereth the clouds in wisdom, and the cloud is not rent under them. For though measures of water ever so many weigh upon the clouds, yet they are not rent, but with all order come down upon the earth. Who brings the winds out of his treasures? Who, as just now said, hath given birth to the drops of dew, out of whose womb cometh forth the ice, watery in its substance, but like stone in its properties? And at one time the water becomes snow like wool, at another it ministers to him who scatters the hoar-frost like ashes. At another it is changed into a stormy substance, since he fashions the waters as he will. Its nature is uniform, its properties manifold. Water in the vines is wine, which maketh glad the heart of man, and in the olive's oil to make his face to shine, and is further transformed into bread, which strengtheneth the man's heart, and into all kinds of fruits. For such wonders was the great artificer to be blasphemed, or rather worshipped. And, after all, I have not yet spoken of that part of his wisdom which is not seen. Contemplate the spring and the flowers of all kinds, and in all their likeness, still diverse from one another, the deep crimson of the rose, and the exceeding whiteness of the lily. They come of one and the same rain, one and the same earth. Who has distinguished, who has formed them? Now do consider this attentively. The substance of the tree is one. Part is for shelter, part for this or that kind of fruit, and the artificer is one. The vine is one, and part of it is for fuel, part for clusters. Again, how wondrously thick are the knots which run round the reeds, as the artificer hath made them. But of the one earth came creeping things, and wild beasts, and cattle, and trees, and food, and gold, and silver, and brass, and iron, and stone. Water was but one nature, yet of it comes the life of things that swim and of birds. And as the one swims in the waters, so also the birds fly in the air. In this great and wide sea, in it are things creeping innumerable. Who can tell the beauty of the fishes that are therein? Who can describe the greatness of the whales and the nature of its amphibious animals, how they live both on dry land and in the waters? Who can tell the depth and the breadth of the sea, or the force of its enormous waves? Yet it stays within its boundaries, because of him who said, Hitherto shalt thou come, and no further, and here shall thy proud waves be stayed. And to show the decree imposed on it when it runs upon the land, it leaves a plain line on the sands by its waves, declaring, as it were, to those who see it, that it has not passed its appointed bounds. Who can understand the nature of the fowls of the air, how some have with them a voice of melody, and others have their wings enriched with all manner of painting, and others soaring on high stay motionless in the midst of the sky, as the hawk. For by the divine command, the hawk, having spread out her wings, stays motionless, looking down toward the south. Who of men can behold the eagle? But if thou canst not read the mystery of birds when soaring on high, how wouldst thou read the Maker of all things? Who among men knows even the names of all wild beasts, or who can accurately classify their natures? But if we know not even their bare names, how should we comprehend their Maker? The command of God was but one, which said, Let the earth bring forth wild beasts, and cattle, and creeping things after their kinds. And distinct natures sprang from one voice, at one command, the gentle sheep and carnivorous lion, also the various instincts of irrational creatures as representations of the various characters of men. The fox is an emblem of men's craftiness, and the snake of a friend's envenomed treachery, and the neighing horse of wanton young men, and that busy ant to arouse the sluggish and the dull. For when a man passes his youth idly, then he is instructed by irrational creatures, being reproved by that scripture which saith, Go to the ant, thou sluggard, consider her ways, and be wise. For when thou beholdest her in due season treasuring up food for herself, do thou copy her, and treasure up for thyself the fruits of good works for the world to come. And again, go to the bee, and learn how industrious she is, how, hovering about all kinds of flowers, she culls the honey for thy use, that thou, also, ranging over holy scriptures, mayest lay a hold on thy salvation, and, being satisfied with it, mayest say, How sweet are thy words unto my taste! Yea, sweeter than honey and the honeycomb unto my mouth. Is not the artificer, then, rather worthy to be glorified? For what, if thou know not the nature of everything, are the things, therefore, which he has made, without their use? For canst thou know the efficacy of all herbs? Or canst thou learn all the advantage which comes of every animal? Even from poisonous adders have come antidotes for the preservation of men. But thou wilt say to me, The snake is terrible. Fear thou the Lord, and it shall not be able to hurt thee. The scorpion stings. Fear thou the Lord, and it shall not sting thee. The lion is bloodthirsty. Fear thou the Lord, and he shall lie down beside thee, as by Daniel. And, truly, there is whereat to wonder, in the power even of the creatures, how some, as the scorpion, have their weapon in the sting, while the power of others is in their teeth, and others again get the better by means of hoofs, and the basilisk's might is his gaze. Thus, from his varied workmanship, think of the artificer's power. But these things, perchance, thou art not acquainted with. Thou hast nothing in common with the creatures which are without thee. Now, then, enter into thyself, and consider the artificer of thine own nature. What is there to find fault within the framing of thy body? Master thine own self, and there shall nothing evil proceed from any of thy members. At the first, Adam in paradise was without clothing, as was Eve. But it was not because of aught that he was cast out. Not that we are, then, is the cause of sin, but they who abuse what they are. But the Maker is wise, who hath fenced us with sinews and bones, and clothed us with skin and flesh, and, soon as the babe is born, brings forth fountains of milk out of the breast. And how doth the babe grow to be a child, and the child to be a youth, and then to be a man, and is again changed into an old man, no one the while discerning exactly each day's change? How also does part of our food become blood, while another part is separated for the drought, and another is changed into flesh? Who is it that gives the never-ceasing motion to the heart? Who hath wisely guarded the tenderness of the eyes with the fence of the eyelids? For, concerning the complicated and wonderful contrivance of the eyes, scarcely do the ample rolls of physicians sufficiently inform us. Who also hath sent each breath we draw through the whole body? Thou seest, O man, the artificer, thou seest the wise contriver. End of section 73.
Section 74 of The World's Best Orations, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Best Orations, Volume 4. George M. Dallas, 1792 to 1864. George Mifflin Dallas of Philadelphia, Vice President of the United States under the Polk administration, 1845 to 49, represents in American history the practical politics of the period during which Pennsylvania was the Keystone State. After Jackson, with the Southwest behind him, had destroyed the balance between Virginia and New England, there was a period of 20 years or more, ending with Buchanan and the Civil War, during which the question of the balance of power in national politics was between New York and Pennsylvania, with the advantage in favor of the latter state. In 1832, when Dallas spoke in the Senate against the position of South Carolina on the tariff, he defined the Pennsylvania idea of his day by saying, "I am inflexible, sir, for nothing but adequate protection." Yet such are the compromises of politics that he was nominated for vice president on the ticket with Polk of Tennessee, while it was under Buchanan of Pennsylvania that the country made its nearest approach to free trade. Dallas was born in Philadelphia, July 10, 1792. He was a graduate of Princeton, and his speeches show him to have been a man of superior education. His first political service was in Russia as an attaché of the American legation under Gallatin. Most of his life was spent in the public service. He was mayor of Philadelphia, 1825, United States District Attorney under Jackson, 1829, United States Senator, 1831-33, Ambassador to Russia under Van Buren, 1837-39, Vice President of the United States, 1845-49, and Minister to England, 1856-61. He died at Philadelphia, December 31st, 1864. The Pennsylvania Idea. From the speech against South Carolina's position on the tariff, delivered in the United States Senate, Monday, February 27, 1832. 56 years have ripened this confederated nation to a condition of unprecedented and incontestable greatness. Greatness in extent, greatness in resources, greatness in moral and intellectual character, greatness in political structure and jurisprudence, greatness in the renown which follows just and successful wars, and greatness which results from the acquisition of a before unknown sum of human contentment and freedom. Providence has smiled upon the work of our progenitors and has blessed its progress. The whole civilized world has marked, with reiterated astonishment, the rapidity of our advancement. And, at this moment, from the Pisgah of eastern eminence, exulting and longing myriads are pointing to our Western institutions as the objects towards which they have yet fruitlessly journeyed through a wilderness of ages and of wretchedness. Who is there, sir, that, seeing this great result of our counsels and forecast, can desire a change in the organic structure or practical legislation by which it has been effected? I have heard much on this floor of sectional divisions, sectional interests, sectional doctrines, sectional feelings and sectional parties, of the East, the South, and the West. But I cannot adopt the language and will not entertain the sentiments by which it is prompted. I claim no particular merit for the noble Commonwealth whose representative I am, for her uniform devotion to the union and democracy of these states, for her unwavering cooperation in all the efforts which have carried the nation to its present exaltation. She has done no more and no less than other portions of our republic. But I will not recognize the right, claimed from what quarter it may be, to mar and deface the monument of our common labours, to tear down piecemeal or at a blow the structure which every hand has equalled and simultaneously contributed to erect, to prostrate and crumble into dust the fairest fabric ever yet reared by the energies and virtues of confederated freemen. If, sir, in the picture I have sketched of the condition of our country, shades have been omitted which really exist, they ought to be introduced, They ought to be frankly met, and the assembled wisdom of the legislative bodies should anxiously devise remedies and relief. The impressive and gloomy description of the senator from South Carolina, Mr. Hayne, as to the actual state and wretched prospects of his immediate fellow citizens awakens the liveliest sympathy and should command our attention. It is their right. It is our duty. I cannot feel indifferent to the sufferings of any portion of the American people, and esteem it inconsistent with the scope and purpose of the federal Constitution that any majority, no matter how large, should connive at or protract the oppression or misery of any minority, no matter how small. I disclaim and detest the idea of making one part subservient to another, of feasting upon the extorted substance of my countrymen, of enriching my own region by draining the fertility and resources of a neighbour, of becoming wealthy with spoils which leave their legitimate owners impoverished and desolate. But, sir, I want proof of a fact, whose existence, at least as described, it is difficult even to conceive. And, above all, I want the true causes of that fact to be ascertained, to be brought within the reach of legislative remedy, and to have that remedy of a nature which may be applied without producing more mischiefs than those it proposes to cure. The proneness to exaggerate social evils is greatest with the most patriotic. Temporary embarrassment is sensitively apprehended to be permanent. Every day's experience teaches how apt we are to magnify partial into universal distress, and with what difficulty an excited imagination rescues itself from despondency. It will not do, sir, to act upon the glowing or pathetic delineations of a gifted orator. It will not do to become enlisted by ardent exhortations in a crusade against established systems of policy. It will not do to demolish the walls of our citadel to the sounds of plaintive eloquence, or fire the temple at the call of impassioned enthusiasm. What, sir, is the cause of southern distress? Has any gentleman yet ventured to designate it? Can any one do more than suppose or argumentatively assume it? I am neither willing nor competent to flatter. To praise the honourable senator from South Carolina would be to add perfume to the violet, wasteful and ridiculous excess. But, if he has failed to discover the source of the evils he deplores, who can unfold it? Amid the warm and indiscriminating denunciations with which he has assailed the policy of protecting domestic manufactures and native produce, he frankly avows that he would not deny that there are other causes besides the tariff which have contributed to produce the evils which he has depicted. What are those other causes? In what proportion have they acted? How much of this dark shadowing is ascribable to each singly and to all in combination? Would the tariff be at all felt or denounced if these other causes were not in operation? Would not, in fact, its influence, its discriminations, its inequalities, its oppressions, but for these other causes, be shaken by the elasticity and energy and exhaustless spirit of the South, as dewdrops from the lion's mane? These inquiries, sir, must be satisfactorily answered before we can be justly required to legislate away an entire system. If it be the root of all evil, let it be exposed and demolished. If its poisonous exhalations be but partial, let us preserve such portions as are innoxious. If, as the luminary of day, it be pure and salutary in itself, let us not wish it extinguished because of the shadows, clouds, and darkness which obscure its brightness or impede its vivifying power. Sir, there are other causes than the policy of protection to which our southern brethren might, and in my opinion ought, to impute the deplored evils under which they suffer. Some of these are adequate to produce, and, if not providentially attested in their progress, will unavoidably produce calamities far more extensive and desolating than any yet experienced. Every day, every hour augments their force, enlarges their sphere, and manifests their agency. nor is their onward march a sketch of fancy or the conclusion of plausible argument. It is a fact, discernible to every eye, known to every well-informed man in the country, appreciated by every candid one, and disputed by none. The delusion and mistake lie in considering these other causes as secondary and slight, instead of primary and powerful. In visiting upon a subject of political dislike, consequences fairly and obviously attributable to specific, natural, social, or moral agencies. In fastening upon the tariff, as fanatics are apt to fasten upon their reputed conjurer or wizard, the storm of the elements, the barrenness of plantations, the debility arising from constitutional disease, and the mysterious operations of decay. I am inflexible, sir, as to nothing but adequate protection. The process of attaining that may undergo any mutation. Secure that to the home labour of this country, and our opponents shall have, as far as my voice and suffrage can give it to them, a carte blanche whereon to settle any arrangement or adjustment their intelligence may suggest. It might have been expected, not unreasonably, that they who desired change should tender their project, that they would designate noxious particulars and intimate their remedies, that they would invoke the skill and assistance of practical and experienced observers on a subject with which few of us are familiar, and point with precision to such parts of the extensive system as can be modified without weakening or endangering the whole structure. They have forborne to do this. They demand an entire demolition. Free trade is the burden of their eloquence, the golden fleece of their adventurous enterprise, the goal short of which they will not pause even to breathe. I cannot join their expedition for such an object. An established policy, coeval, in the language of President Jackson, with our government, believed by an immense majority of our people to be constitutional, wise, and expedient, may not be abruptly abandoned by Congress without a treacherous departure from duty, a shameless dereliction of sacred trust and confidence. To expect it is both extravagant and unkind. But show us your scheme. Call it one of revenue exclusively, if you will. Names and epithets are immaterial. Let it accommodate our policy with the new fiscal attitude of the nation and with your wishes, and, for one, I will give it the favourable hearing and consideration to which the purity of your motives and your alleged sufferings certainly entitle it. It is not impossible, sir, though I confess myself a very feeble instructor on this vast business, that some rational project may spring from sober and analytical inquiry to reconcile us all. I have heard intimated that new regulations in collecting the revenue might make the protection to manufacturers even more effectual than it now is, and yet remove every cause of complaint. Let gentlemen set them forth for candid scrutiny. Shall it be by exacting the payment of duties in cash? By a system of licenses to auctioneers? By abolishing the assessment of duties on minimum values? Develop the scheme and enable us to judge. Do you prefer attaining your purpose by specific reductions of duty? On what articles, then? To what extent? By what gradual decrease? All we desire to enable us to prove our readiness to accommodate this entangling and distracting theme of legislation is that generalities may be relinquished, that an unconditional surrender to the utopian theory of free trade may not be invoked, and that such modifications of the existing policy may be chalked out as will be useful to our opponents without being destructive to the policy itself. I lament, Mr. President, having been obliged in the discharge of a supposed duty to trespass so long upon the indulgent attention of the Senate. I would close cheerfully and forbear, in conformity with my original determination, adverting to any topic not directly connected with the subject of discussion. One matter, however, has been incidentally introduced, and has, in truth, been often vehemently urged upon our reflection, as to which I might be deemed a faithless and unfeeling representative were I to abstain from expressing the decided sense and anxious sentiments of the patriotic community who sent me here. Sir, I have nothing so much and so deeply at heart as the maintenance of the harmony and perpetuity of this union. Whatever may be the contrary and irreconcilable appearance of opinions, no danger is to be apprehended, and no difference can be contemned, while the preservation of our constitution and the good of the country are the leading and paramount objects of us all. If there be any, certainly there are none upon this floor, who seek to distract the peace and dissolve the bonds of our federative government, who would put at hazard, in pursuit of temporary projects, or to indulge ambitious aspirants, the repose and institutions of the Republic, who contemplate change and revolution, I beseech such men to extend their forecasting vision into the future and to confront posterity. Let them be warned by anticipating the judgment of that tribunal. The excitements of the day may be gratified. They may delude themselves into the belief that they are labouring to vindicate the Constitution or to uphold the principles of human liberty. But if they recklessly involve the American people in the horrors, uncertainties, and fatal consequences of civil war and of violent disruption, they must be content to receive, as a merited reward, an immortality of detestation. Their party and paltry pretexts will be forgotten. Their refined discriminations in theory and their high-wrought declamation will be forgotten. Even their virtuous passions will cease to extenuate their offence, and all posterity, struggling in vain to recombine the elements and to rebuild the edifice of our great and glorious and happy confederacy, amid the desolation of perpetual conflicts and in the darkness of sectional bondage, will doom them to loud, deep, and everlasting execration. Let no man, sir, seek elevation or renown at the price of the national union and tranquillity. He will never find it. Failing, he must rank during life among the few outcasts whom we have yet engendered, and if he achieves his country's ruin, when dead, the burning lava of universal hatred will roll hissing over his grave. And though, like the aspiring youth who fired the Ephesian dome, he should acquire fame, it will be the fame of bitter and boundless abhorrence. End of section 74. Read by Leon Prescod. London, England, the 4th of August, 2025.
Section 75 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. The World's Best Orations, Volume 4. The Secret of True Greatness, Peter Damiani. Peter Damiani, 1007 to 1072. St. Peter Damiani, poet, preacher, reformer, and flagellant, was born at Ravenna, Italy, in 1007. Such of his sermons as survive have all the characteristics of the Middle Ages before the revival of learning. That on the last journey of our Lord, in which he treats the untying of the ass on which Christ rode into Jerusalem as a parable, is a type of a class which illustrates the influence of the northern races on oratory and literature. Damiani is an Italian by birth only, for in his style and modes of thought he represented the Gothic influences which, in overthrowing Rome, overthrew learning also. At the age of 29 he became a hermit at Font Avellano in Umbria. He was noted for asceticism and self-inflicted scourgings. As a result, he became the head of an order of flagellants, acquiring great influence, which he used to put down the practice of simony and other abuses. He rose to the dignity of Bishop of Ostia, and afterwards to that of Cardinal, with great influence at Rome. Besides his sermons, he left a number of poems, biographies of the saints, and other works. The Secret of True Greatness, from the sermon, The Presentation of Our Lord in the Temple. It delights the heart to celebrate the present. Let us take pleasure also in expecting the coming festival. Let that teach us to render thanks to our Redeemer. Let this kindle us to the love of the celestial country. In that let us learn how much God suffered for man. In this let us meditate to how great a height of glory man has ascended by God. In that the only begotten Son of God was humbly presented in the temple. In this his most blessed servant was elevated in glory to the palace of heaven. In that his parents carried our Redeemer to Jerusalem, that they might present him to the Lord. In this the holy angels carried to the heavenly Jerusalem the soul of this blessed confessor, that they might present it to the presence of the divine majesty. In that the mediator of God and man, after his circumcision, was presented as an infant in the temple. In this the confessor, after laying aside the load of his earthly body, ascended in freedom to heaven. In that he who owed nothing to the law paid the tribute of the law. In this he who was obnoxious to death escaped the dominion of death. The one in his birth from his mother vouchsafed to become mortal. The other by his death in the flesh merited to become immortal. God, by coming into the world, took upon himself the form of a servant. Severus, by departing from the world, was raised to the dignity of angels. But unless the one had descended, the other could in no wise have ascended. Unless God had assumed the form of man, man could never have attained to the glory of heaven. Unless God had been humbled beneath himself, man could never have been exalted above himself. And what more shall I say? Unless he that is God and man had been made a little lower than the angels, he that is mere man could never have become the equal of the angels. Which equality the truth set forth in the gospel, saying, In the resurrection they neither marry nor are given in marriage, but are like angels of God in heaven. To this height of most happy dignity, if, O man, thou desirest to be elevated, endeavor with thy whole strength to be prostrated in the dejection of true humility. If thou desirest to be exalted in Christ, be first cast down in thyself. Subdue the pride of the flesh, and raise thyself to the altitude of the Creator. Restrain whatever swells within thyself, and thou shalt soon be exalted far beyond thyself. End of section 75. Section 76 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. The World's Best Orations, Volume 4. New Testament History as Allegory. Peter Damiani. From the Sermon on the Last Journey of our Lord to Jerusalem. But when I consider thee, Lord Jesus, my admiration and my compassion increase. Why dost thou go to the Jews who lie in wait for thy soul? They are betrayers and murderers. Trust not thyself to them, for they love thee not. They will not pity thee. They will condemn thee to a most base death. Why dost thou hasten to endure such mocking, such scourging, such blaspheming? To be crowned with thorns, to be spit upon, to have vinegar given to thee to drink, to be pierced with the spear, to die, and to be laid in the sepulchre. In this thy resolution, in this thy design? My soul, when I consider it, is overwhelmed. I grieve with thee, Lord Jesus, over the miseries of thy passion. The advice of Peter, thy friend, is that which I should have given, who said, Be it far from thee, Lord, this shall not happen unto thee. It is not meet that the Son of God should taste death. But this differs from thy counsel, who art determined to undergo thy passion. What then? Are we to follow the advice of Peter or Jesus? Of the servant or of the Lord? Of the disciple or of the master? But the servant is not greater than his Lord, nor is the disciple more learned than his master. We must acquiesce, therefore, in the determination of the Lord and Master, who needs no other counsel, lest it be said to us with Peter, Get thee behind me, Satan. Thou savorest not the things that be of God. For Peter knew not that Christ had from the beginning foreordained his passion, that by death he might destroy our death, and by rising again might restore our life. That then which divine wisdom had foreordained, he desired wisely to accomplish. He willed, according to the words of the prophet, to be humble and poor, to ride upon an ass, and so to enter into Jerusalem. As the evangelist relates, saying, When Jesus drew nigh to Jerusalem, and was come to Bethphage and the Mount of Olives, then sent he 2 of his disciples, saying, Go into the village over against you, and ye shall straightway find an ass tied and a colt with her. Loose them and bring them unto me. This village is the world, which rages against the Lord and his disciples, not only by persecuting them with the reproaches and injuries, but by inflicting on them the most cruel death. By the ass and the colt which were tied in the village are signified the people of the Jews and that of the Gentiles, both of them in bondage to the chain of their sins. The ass, accustomed to the yoke, typifies the Jewish people that were subject to the yoke of the law. The colt that was wanton and unbridled denotes the Gentiles who walked after the lusts of their own hearts. The 2 disciples sent into the village are the preachers of the 2 testaments, endued with twofold charity, the love of God and the love of our neighbor. Or else Peter and Paul, of whom one was the apostle of the Jews, and the other of the Gentiles. Whence the same Paul? For he who worked in Peter his apostleship worked also with me among the Gentiles. These loosed both people from the error of infidelity, and by the word of their preaching brought them to faith in Jesus Christ. End of section 76.
Section 77 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by David Niles. The World's Best Orations, Volume 4. At the dedication of the Washington Monument, John W. Daniel, 1842 to... John Warwick Daniel was born at Lynchburg, Virginia, September 5, 1842. He was a boy at school when the Civil War began, but left his books to enlist as a private in the Stonewall Brigade. Wounded several times, he came out of the war a major and went soon afterwards to the University of Virginia to complete his education. After studying law at the university, he was elected to the Virginia legislature, and in the period between 1869 and 1881 served in both houses of that body, making such a reputation for oratory and general efficiency that the Democrats nominated him for governor against Cameron. The Readjuster movement elected Cameron, but Mr. Daniel was elected to Congress in 1884, and a year later was chosen as the successor of General Mahone in the United States Senate. He has the reputation of being one of the most eloquent men in that body. At the dedication of the Washington Monument, from the oration delivered in the Hall of the House of Representatives, February 21, 1885. Mr. President of the United States, Senators, Representatives, Judges, Mr. Chairman, and my countrymen. Alone in its grandeur stands forth the character of Washington in history, alone like some peak that has no fellow in the mountain range of greatness. Washington, says Guizot, Washington did the 2 greatest things which in politics it is permitted to man to attempt. He maintained by peace the independence of his country, which he had conquered by war. He founded a free government in the name of the principles of order and by reestablishing their sway. End quote. Washington did, indeed, do these things, but he did more. Out of disconnected fragments he molded a whole and made it a country. He achieved his country's independence by the sword. He maintained that independence by peace as by war. He finally established both his country and its freedom in an enduring frame of constitutional government, fashioned to make liberty and union one and inseparable. These 4 things together constitute the unexampled achievement of Washington. The world has ratified the profound remark of Fisher Ames that, quote, he changed mankind's idea of political greatness, end quote. It has approved the opinion of Edward Everett, that he was, quote, the greatest of good men and the best of great men, end quote. It has felt for him, with Erskine, quote, an awful reverence, end quote. It has attested the declaration of Brougham that, quote, he was the greatest man of his own or of any age, end quote. Conquerors who have stretched your scepters over boundless territories, founders of empires who have held your dominions in the reign of law, reformers who have cried aloud in the wilderness of oppression, teachers who have striven to cast down false doctrine, heresy, and schism, statesmen whose brains have throbbed with mighty plans for the amelioration of human society, scar-crowned Vikings of the sea, illustrious heroes of the land, who have borne the standards of siege and battle, come forth in bright array from your glorious fanes, and would ye be measured by the measure of his stature? Behold you not in him a more illustrious and more venerable presence? Statesman, soldier, patriot, sage, reformer of creeds, teacher of truth and justice, achiever and preserver of liberty, the first of men, founder and savior of his country, father of his people, this is he, solitary and unapproachable in his grandeur. O felicitous providence that gave to America our Washington! High soars into the sky today, higher than the pyramid or the dome of St. Paul's or St. Peter's, the loftiest and most imposing structure that man has ever reared, high soars into the sky where, quote, earth highest yearns to meet a star, end quote, the monument which, quote, we the people of the United States, end quote, have uplifted to his memory. It is a fitting monument, more fitting than any statue, for his image could only display him in some one phase of his very character. So art has fitly typified his exalted life in yon plain, lofty shaft. Such is his greatness that only by a symbol could it be represented. As justice must be blind in order to be whole in contemplation, so history must be silent that by this mighty sign she may disclose the amplitude of her story. It has seemed fitting to you, Mr. Chairman and gentlemen of the Commission, that a citizen of the state which was the birthplace and the home of Washington, whose House of Burgesses, of which he was a member, made the first burst of opposition against the Stamp Act, although less pecuniarily interested therein than their New England brethren, and was the first representative body to recommend a General Congress of the Colonies, of the state whose Mason drew that Bill of Rights which has been called the Magna Carta of America, whose Jefferson wrote, whose Richard Henry Lee moved, the declaration that those colonies be, quote, free and independent states, end quote, whose Henry condensed the Revolution into the electric sentence, quote, liberty or death, end quote, of the state which cemented union with the vast territorial dowry out of which 5 states have been carved, having now here some 90 representatives, of that state whose Madison was named, quote, the father of the Constitution, end quote, and whose Marshal became its most eminent expounder, of the state which holds within its bosom the sacred ashes of Washington, and cherishes not less the principles which once kindled them with fires of heaven descended, it has seemed fitting to you, gentlemen, that a citizen of that state should also be invited to deliver an address on this occasion. Would with all my heart that a worthier one had been your choice. Too highly do I esteem the position in which you place me to feel aught but solemn distrustfulness and apprehension. And who, indeed, might not shrink from such a theater when Winthrop's eloquence still thrilled all hearts, with Washington the theme? Yet, in Virginia's name, I thank you for the honor done her. She deserved it. Times there are when even hardihood is virtue, and to such virtue alone do I lay claim in venturing to abide your choice to be her spokesman. No sum could now be made of Washington's character that did not exhaust language of its tributes and repeat virtue by all her names. No sum could be made of his achievements that did not unfold the history of his country and its institutions, the history of his age and its progress, the history of man and his destiny to be free. But, whether character or achievement be regarded, the riches before us only expose the poverty of praise. So clear was he in his great office that no ideal of the leader or ruler can be formed that does not shrink by the side of the reality. And so has he impressed himself upon the minds of men that no man can justly aspire to be the chief of a great free people who does not adopt his principles and emulate his example. We look with amazement on such eccentric characters as Alexander, Caesar, Cromwell, Frederick, and Napoleon, but when Washington's face rises before us, instinctively mankind exclaims, quote, "This is the man for nations to trust and reverence, and for rulers to follow," end quote. Drawing his sword from patriotic impulse, without ambition and without malice, he wielded it without vindictiveness and sheathed it without reproach. All that humanity could conceive, he did to suppress the cruelties of war and soothe its sorrows. He never struck a coward's blow. To him age, infancy, and helplessness were ever sacred. He tolerated no extremity unless to curb the excesses of his enemy, and he never poisoned the sting of defeat by the exultation of the conqueror. Peace he welcomed as a heaven-sent herald of friendship, and no country has given him greater honor than that which he defeated, for England has been glad to claim him as the scion of her blood, and proud, like our sister American states, to divide with Virginia the honor of producing him. Fascinated by the perfection of the man, we are loath to break the mirror of admiration into the fragments of analysis. But lo, as we attempt it, every fragment becomes the miniature of such sublimity and beauty that the destructive hand can only multiply the forms of immortality. Grand and manifold as were its phases, there is yet no difficulty in understanding the character of Washington. He was no veiled prophet. He never acted a part. Simple, natural, and unaffected, his life lies before us, a fair and open manuscript. He disdained the arts which wrap power in mystery in order to magnify it. He practiced the profound diplomacy of truthful speech, the consummate tact of direct attention. Looking over to the all-wise disposer of events, he relied on that providence which helps men by giving them high hearts and hopes to help themselves with the means which their Creator has put at their service. There was no infirmity in his conduct over which charity must fling its veil, no taint of selfishness from which purity averts her gaze, no dark recess of intrigue that must be lit up with colored panegyric, no subterranean passage to be trod in trembling, lest there be stirred the ghost of a buried crime. A true son of nature was George Washington, of nature in her brightest intelligence and noblest mold, and the difficulty, if such there be in comprehending him, is only that of reviewing from a single standpoint the vast procession of those civil and military achievements which filled nearly half a century of his life, and in realizing the magnitude of those qualities which were requisite to their performance, the difficulty of fashioning in our minds a pedestal broad enough to bear the towering figure whose greatness is diminished by nothing but the perfection of its proportions. If his exterior, in calm, grave, and resolute repose, ever impressed the casual observer as austere and cold, it was only because he did not reflect that no great heart like his could have lived unbroken unless bound by iron nerves in an iron frame. The commander of armies, the chief of a people, the hope of nations could not wear his heart upon his sleeve, and yet his sternest will could not conceal its high and warm pulsations. Under the enemy's guns at Boston, he did not forget to instruct his agent to administer generously of charity to his needy neighbors at home. The sufferings of women and children, thrown adrift by war, and of his bleeding comrades, pierced his soul. And the moist eye and trembling voice with which he bade farewell to his veterans bespoke the underlying tenderness of his nature, even as the storm wind makes music in its undertones. Disinterested patriot, he would receive no pay for his military services. Refusing gifts, he was glad to guide the benefaction of a grateful state to educate the children of his fallen braves in the institution at Lexington which yet bears his name. Without any of the blemishes that mark the tyrant, he appealed so loftily to the virtuous elements in man that he almost created the qualities of which his country needed the exercise, and yet he was so magnanimous and forbearing to the weaknesses of others that he often obliterated the vices of which he feared the consequence. But his virtue was more than this. It was of that daring, intrepid kind that, seizing principle with a giant's grasp, assumes responsibility at any hazard, suffers sacrifice without pretense of martyrdom, bears calumny without reply, imposes superior will and understanding on all around it, capitulates to no unworthy triumph, but must carry all things at the point of clear and blameless conscience. Scorning all manner of meanness and cowardice, his bursts of wrath at their exhibition heighten our admiration for the noble passions which were kindled by the aspirations and exigencies of virtue. Invested with the powers of a dictator, the country bestowing them felt no distrust of his integrity. He, receiving them, gave assurance that, as the sword that was the last resort of liberty, so it should be the first thing laid aside when liberty was won. And keeping the faith in all things, he left mankind bewildered with the splendid problem whether to admire him most for what he was or what he would not be. Over and above all his virtues was the matchless manhood of personal honor, to which confidence gave in safety the key of every treasure, on which temptation dared not smile, on which suspicion never cast a frown. And why prolong the catalogue? Quote, if you are presented with medals of Caesar, of Trajan, or Alexander, on examining their features you are still led to ask what was their stature and the forms of their persons. But if you discover in a heap of ruin the head or the limb of an antique Apollo, be not curious about the other parts, but rest assured that they were all conformable to those of a god. End quote. There can indeed be no right conception of Washington that does not accord him a great and extraordinary genius. I will not say he could have produced a play of Shakespeare or a poem of Milton, handled with Kant the tangled skin of metaphysics, probed the secrecies of mind and matter with Bacon, constructed a railroad or an engine like Stephenson, wooed the electric spark from heaven to earth with Franklin, or walked with Newton the pathways of the spheres. But if his genius were of a different order, it was of as rare and high an order. It dealt with man in the concrete, with his vast concerns of business stretching over a continent and projected into the ages, with his seething passions, with his marvelous exertions of mind, body, and spirit to be free. He knew the materials he dealt with by intuitive perception of the heart of man, by experience and observation of his aspirations and his powers, by reflection upon his complex relations, rights, and duties as a social being. He knew just where between men and states to erect the monumental mark, to divide just reverence for authority from just resistance to its abuse. A poet of social facts, he interpreted by his deeds the harmonies of justice. Quote, Rome to America, end quote, is the eloquent inscription on one stone of your colossal shaft, taken from the ancient temple of peace that once stood hard by the palace of the Caesars. Uprisen from the sea of revolution, fabricated from the ruins of battered bastilles and dismantled palaces of unrighteous, unhallowed power, stood forth now the Republic of Republics, the nation of nations, the Constitution of constitutions, to which all lands and times and tongues had contributed of their wisdom, and the priestess of liberty was in her holy temple. When Marathon had been fought and Greece kept free, each of the victorious generals voted himself to be first in honor, but all agreed that Miltiades was second. When the most memorable struggle for the rights of human nature of which time holds record was thus happily concluded in the muniment of their preservation, whoever else was second unanimous acclaim declared that Washington was first. Nor in that struggle alone does he stand foremost. In the name of the people of the United States, their president, their senators, their representatives, and their judges do crown today with the grandest crown that veneration has ever lifted to the brow of glory him who Virginia gave to America, whom America has given to the world and to the ages, and whom mankind, with universal suffrage, has proclaimed the foremost of the founders of empire in the first degree of greatness, whom liberty herself has anointed as the first citizen in the great republic of humanity. Encompassed by the inviolate seas stands today the American Republic which he founded, a freer, greater Britain, uplifted above the powers and principalities of the earth, even as his monument is uplifted over roof and dome and spire of the multitudinous city. Long live the Republic of Washington, respected by mankind, beloved of all its sons. Long may it be the asylum of the poor and oppressed of all lands and religions. Long may it be the citadel of that liberty which writes beneath the eagle's folded wings, quote, "We will sell to no man, we will deny to no man, right and justice." End quote. Long live the United States of America, filled with the free, magnanimous spirit, crowned by the wisdom, blessed by the moderation, hovered over by the guardian angel of Washington's example. May they be ever worthy in all things to be defended by the blood of the brave, who know the rights of man and shrink not from their assertion. May they be each a column, and altogether under the Constitution a perpetual temple of peace, unshadowed by a Caesar's palace, at whose altar may freely commune all who seek the union of liberty and brotherhood. Long live our country! Oh, long through the undying ages may it stand, far removed in fact as in space from the old world's feuds and follies, alone in its grandeur and its glory, itself the immortal monument of him whom Providence commissioned to teach man the power of truth and to prove to the nations that their Redeemer liveth. End of section 77.
Section 78 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org, read by A. Rodrigo. The World's Best Orations, Volume 4, Section 78. Was Jefferson Davis a Traitor? By John W. Daniel. What are the unities of our race? They are, first, aversion to human bondage. Second, race integrity. Third, thirst for power and broad empire. Fourth, love of confederated union. Fifth, assertion of local liberty, if possible, within the bounds of geographical and governmental union. Sixth, but assertion of local liberty and individual right under all circumstances, at all times, and at any cost. These traits are so strong as to be the natural laws of the race. One or another of them has lost its balance in the conflict between interest and instinct, but only to reappear with renewed vigor when the suppressing circumstances were removed, and he who follows their operation will hold the key to the ascendancy of Anglo-Saxon character, and to its wonderful success in grasping imperial domains and crowning freedom as their sovereign. It will not do to dispute the existence of these natural laws of race, because they have been, time and again, overruled by greed, by ambition, or by the overwhelming influence of alien or hostile forces. As well dispute the courage of the race, because now and then a division of its troops have become demoralized and broken in battle. Through the force of these laws, this race has gone around the globe with bugles and swords, and banners and hymn books, and schoolbooks and constitutions, and codes and courts, striking down old-time dynasties to ordain free principles, sweeping away barbaric and savage races that their own seed might be planted in fruitful lands, disdaining miscegenation with inferior races, which corrupts the blood and degenerates the physical, mental, and moral nature, widening the boundaries of their landed possessions, parceling them out in municipal subdivisions, and then establishing the maximum of local and individual privilege consistent with the common defense and general welfare of their grand aggregations. And then again, rising in the supreme sovereignty of unfearing manhood against the oppressions of the tax-gatherer and the sword, recasting their institutions, flinging rulers from their high places, wrenching government by the mailed hand into consistency with their happiness and safety, and proclaiming above all the faith of Jefferson, quote, that liberty is the gift of God, end quote. I shall maintain that the Southern people have been as true to these instincts as any portion of their race, and have made for them as great sacrifices, that the Southern Confederacy grew out of them, and only in a subsidiary degree in antagonism to any one of them. And I shall also maintain that Jefferson Davis is entitled to stand in the pantheon of the world's great men, on a pedestal not less high than those erected for the images of Hamden, Sidney, Cromwell, Burke, and Chatham of the fatherland, and Washington and Hamilton, Jefferson and Adams, Madison and Franklin of the New World, who, however varying in circumstances or in personality, were liberty leaders and representatives of great peoples, great ideas, and great deeds. On what ground will he be challenged? Did not the Southern folk show originally an aversion to slavery, more manifestly even than those of the North? South Carolina protested against it as early as 1727 and as late as 1760. Georgia prohibited it by law. Virginia sternly set her face against it and levied a tax of $10 per head on every Negro to prevent it. They were all overridden by the avarice of English merchants and the despotism of English ministers. Do as you would be done by is not yet the maxim of our race, which will push off on its weaker brethren what it will not itself accept. And thus slavery was thrust on the South, an uninvited, a forbidden guest. Quickly did the South stop the slave trade, though the Constitution forbade the Congress to prohibit it prior to 1808. When that year came, every Southern state had itself prohibited it, Virginia leading the list. When Jefferson Davis was born, it was gone altogether, save in one state, South Carolina, where it had been revived under combination between large planters of the South and ship owners and slave traders of the North. Fine exhibition, too, was that of unselfish Southern patriotism when, in 1787, by Southern votes and Virginia's generosity, and under Jefferson's lead, the great Northwestern Territory was given to the Union and to freedom. But the South yielded to slavery, we are told. Yes, but did not all America do likewise? Do we not know that the Pilgrim Fathers enslaved both the Indian and African race, swapping young Indians for the more docile blacks, lest the red slave might escape to his native forest? Listen to this appeal to Governor Winthrop. Quote, Mr. Endicott and myself salute you in the Lord Jesus. We have heard of a division of women and children, and would be glad of a share, that is, a young woman or a girl and a boy, if you think good. End quote. Do we not hear Winthrop himself recount how the Pequods were taken, quote, through the Lord's great mercy, of whom the males were sent to Bermuda, and the females distributed through the Bay Towns to be employed as domestic servants, end quote? Did not the prisoners of King Philip's War suffer a similar fate? Is it not written that when 150 Indians came voluntarily into the Plymouth garrison, they were all sold into captivity beyond the seas? Did not Downing declare to Winthrop, quote, if upon a just war the Lord should deliver them, the Narragansetts, we might easily have men, women, and children enough to exchange for Moors, which will be more gainful pillage to us than we can conceive. For I do not see how we can thrive until we get in a stock of slaves sufficient to do all our business, end quote. Were not choice parcels of Negro boys and girls consigned to Boston from the Indies and advertised and sold at auction until after independence was declared? Was not the first slave ship in America fitted out by the Pilgrim colony? Was not the first statute establishing slavery enacted in Massachusetts in 1641 with a certain comic comprehensiveness, providing that there should, quote, never be any bond slavery, unless it be of captives taken in just war, or of such as willingly sold themselves, or were sold to them, end quote? Did not the United Colonies of New England constitute the first American Confederacy that recognized slavery, and was not the first fugitive slave law originated at their bidding? All this is true. Speak slowly then, O man of the North, against the Southern slave owners or the Southern chief, lest you cast down the images of your ancestors, and their spirits rise to rebuke you for treading harshly on their graves. On days of public festival, when you hold them up as patterns of patriotism, take care lest you be accused of passing the counterfeit coin of praise. Disturb not too rudely the memories of the men who defended slavery, say naught of moral obliquity, lest the venerable images of Winthrop and Endicott be torn from the historical pages of the Pilgrim land, and the fathers of Plymouth Rock be cast into outer darkness. When independence was declared at Philadelphia in 1776, America was yet a unit in the possession of slaves, and when the Constitution of 1787 was ordained, the institution still existed in every one of the 13 states save Massachusetts only. True, its decay had begun where it was no longer profitable, but every state united in its recognition in the federal compact, and the very fabric of our representative government was built upon it, as 3/5 of the slaves were counted in the basis of representation in the Congress of the United States, and property in it was protected by rigid provisions regarding the rendition of fugitive slaves escaping from one state to another. Thus embodied in the Constitution, thus interwoven with the very integuments of our political system, thus sustained by the oath to support the Constitution, executed by every public servant and by the decisions of the supreme tribunals, slavery was ratified by the unanimous voice of the nation and was consecrated as an American institution and as a vested right by the most solemn pledge and sanction that man can give. Denied to Jefferson Davis entry to the Temple of Fame because he defended it. Cast out of it, first the fathers of the Republic. Brand with the mark of condemnation the whole people from whom he inherited the obligation, and by whom was imposed upon him the oath to support their deed. America must prostrate herself in sackcloth and ashes, repent her history, and revile her creators and her being, ere she can call recreant the man of 1861 who defended the heritage and promise of a nation. There is a statue in Washington City of him who uttered the words, "Charity to all, malice to none," and he is represented in the act of breaking the manacles of a slave. Suppose there were carved on its pedestal the words, quote, "Do the Southern people really entertain fears that a Republican administration would directly or indirectly interfere with the slaves, or with them about their slaves? The South would be in no more danger in this respect than it was in the days of Washington," end quote. This was his utterance December 22nd, 1860, after South Carolina had seceded. Carve again, quote, "I have no purpose directly or indirectly to interfere with the institution of slavery in the states where it now exists. I believe I have no lawful right to do so, and I have no inclination to do so," end quote. These are the words of his inaugural address, March 4th, 1861. Carve yet again, quote, "Resolved, that this war is not waged upon our part with any purpose of overthrowing or interfering with the rights or established institution of these states, but to defend and maintain the supremacy of the Constitution and to preserve the Union," end quote. This resolution Congress passed, and he signed it, after the first Battle of Manassas. And yet once more, quote, "I did not at any time say that I was in favor of Negro suffrage. I declared against it. I am not in favor of Negro citizenship," end quote. This opinion he never changed. These things show in the light of events, the Emancipation Proclamation, the Reconstruction Acts, the black suffrage, the anarchy that reigned, that the South read truly the signs of the irrepressible conflict. They show further that by the right of revolution alone can Abraham Lincoln be defended in overthrowing the institution which he pledged himself to guard like Washington, and with it the Constitution which he had sworn, quote, "to defend and maintain," end quote. And if Jefferson Davis appealed to the sword and needed the mantle of charity to cover him, where would Lincoln stand unless the right of revolution stretched that mantle wide and a great people wrapped him in its mighty folds? As time wore on, the homogeneous order of the American people changed. It was not conscience, but climate and soil, which effected this change, or rather, the instinct of aversion to bondage rose up in the North just in proportion as the temptation of interest subsided. The inhospitable soil of New England repelled the pursuits of agriculture and compelled to those of commerce and the mechanic arts. In these, the rude labor of the untutored African was unprofitable, and the harsh climate was uncongenial to the children of the dark continent, translated from its burning suns to these frigid shores. Slavery there was an exotic. It did not pay, and its roots soon decayed, like the roots of a tropic plant in the Arctic zone. In the fertile plantations of the sunny South, there was employment for the unskilled labor of the African, and under its genial skies he found a fitting home. Hence, natural causes ejected him from the North and propelled him southward, and as the institution of slavery decayed in northern latitudes, it thrived and prospered in the southern clime. The demand for labor in the North was rapidly supplied by new accessions of Europeans, and as the population increased, their opinions were molded by the body of the society which absorbed and assimilated them as they came, while, on the other hand, the presence of masses of black men in the South and the reliance upon them for labor repelled in both social and economical aspects the European immigrants who eagerly sought for homes and employment in the New World. More than this, northern manufacturers wanted high tariffs to secure high prices for their products in southern markets, and southern farmers wanted low tariffs that they might buy cheaply. Ere long, it appeared that two opposing civilizations lay alongside of each other in the United States, and while the roof of a common government was over both of them, it covered a household divided against itself in the very structure of its domestic life, in the nature of its avocations, in the economies of its labor, and in the very tone of its thought and aspiration. Revolution was in the air, an irrepressible conflict had arisen. There were indeed two revolutions forming in the American Republic. The one was a northern revolution against a constitution which had become distasteful to its sentiments and unsuited to its needs. As the population of the East moved westward across the continent, the southern emigrant to the new territories wished to carry with him his household servants, while the northerner saw in the Negro a rival in the field of labor which cheapened its fruits and degraded, as he conceived, its social status. Thus broke out the strife which raged in the territories of northern latitudes, and as it widened, it assailed slavery in every form, and denounced as, quote, a covenant with death and with hell, end quote, the Constitution which had guaranteed its existence. Consider these grave words, which are but freshly written in the Life of Webster by Henry Cabot Lodge, who is at this time a Republican representative in Congress from the city of Boston, Massachusetts. Quote, when the Constitution was adopted by the votes of states at Philadelphia and accepted by votes of states in popular conventions, it was safe to say there was not a man in the country from Washington and Hamilton on the one side to George Clinton and George Mason on the other, who regarded the new system as anything but an experiment entered upon by the states, and from which each and every state had the right to peaceably withdraw, a right which was very likely to be exercised, end quote. Recall the contemporary opinions of northern publicists and leading journals. The New York Herald considered coercion out of the question. On the 9th of November, 1860, the New York Tribune, Horace Greeley being the editor, said, quote, if the Cotton States shall decide that they can do better out of the Union than in it, we insist on letting them go in peace. The right to succeed may be a revolutionary one, but it exists nevertheless, and we do not see how one party can have a right to do what another party has a right to prevent. We must ever resist the asserted right of any state to remain in the Union and nullify or defy the laws thereof. To withdraw from the Union is quite another matter, end quote. This was precisely the creed of Jefferson Davis. The United States have been unified by natural laws, kindred to those which unified the South in secession, but greater because wider spread. Its physical constitution in 1861 answered to the northern mind the written constitution and the traditions of our origin, to which the South appealed. The Mississippi River, the natural outlet of a newborn empire to the sea, was a greater interpreter to it than the opinion of statesmen who lived when the great new commonwealths were yet in the wilderness and before the great republic spanned the Father of Waters. The river seeking its bed as it rolls oceanward pauses not to consider whose are the boundaries of the estates through which it flows. If a mountain barrier stand in way, it forms a lake until the accumulated waters break through the impeding wall or dash over it in impetuous torrents. So nations in their great movements seem to be swept out of the grooves defined by the laws of man, and are oftentimes propelled to destinies greater than those conjured in their dreams. The rivalry, not the harmony of sections, won the empire of the Union. Its physical constitution proved more powerful than its written one. In the absence of a judge, all appealed to the jury of the sword. We belong to a high-handed race and understand the law of the sword, for the men of independence in 1776 and 1861 were of the same blood as those who in each case cried, "Disperse, ye rebels!" And were I of the North, I would prefer to avow that it made conquest by the high hand than coin the great strife that marshaled over 3 millions of soldiers into police courts technicalities and belittle a revolution continent-wide into the quelling of an insurrection and the vicarious punishment of its leader. The greatest conqueror proclaims his naked deed. As we are not of the North, but of the South, and are now, like all Americans, both of and for the Union, bound up in its destinies, contributing to its support and seeking its welfare, I feel that as he was the hero in war who fought the bravest, so he is the hero now who puts the past in its truest light, does justice to all, and knows no foe but him who revives the hates of a bygone generation. If we lost by war a southern union of 13 states, we have yet a common part in a continental union of 42, to which our fathers gave their blood, and upon which they shed their blessings, and a people who could survive 4 years of such experience as we had in 1861 to 65 can work out their own salvation on any spot of earth that God intended for man's habitation. We are, in fact, in our Father's home, and it should be, as it is, our highest aim to develop its magnificent possibilities and make it the happiest dwelling place of the children of men. End of section 78. End of the World's Best Orations, Volume 4.